Joe, will you please go back to the back room and ask her to see if we can have a project?
To turn on the projector. Turn on the projector. Here.
Projector is on, so I'm not sure why I don't see it.
Okay, I ask for
You have it
assistance.
projected? Thank you. Okay, great, thank you. And may we borrow your USB card because Moira didn't bring hers and I can't find mine for some silly reason. As is typically the case. Last minute confusion and here's an name card.
Now I'm official. How are you?
I'm Hassan
Yeah,
from Madagascar.
very nice to meet you.
This is the.
You've come a long way. Have you been here many times?
I was
Awesome. It's amazing international. Yeah. Very strong. Enough to get around? Let me introduce you. This is Claudia Romero. From Colombia. He's from Madagascar.
Welcome, you're here.
You know,
Thanks. Nice to meet you. Yeah. What's your name? Your name? That's right. Yeah, we were. I didn't recognize you with long hair or something.
Yeah.
Your hair has changed a bit. That's right. You went to Waikiki.
Yeah, that's right.
Now I remember. Yeah. Nice to see you.
Really? Me too.
Got it.
Is it looking good? But it's not so clear.
Yeah, I had to focus it.
I need to make it focus.
Just connect.
Yes. Yes, do you have a?
I don't know.
You can use this one.
You can see my email.
Let me check the link. Yes, I got an email, the link, 2 minutes ago. Nothing, but very slow.
You cannot.
It's just like it was in the past.
When you do this, just put this, okay, this PowerPoint.
This is your place. That is it here.
You can keep my.
I never labeled the axes because it makes it easier.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, and I'm quite good at talking. You can find it. So I'm just making sure I spelled the word on the title slide correctly. Those ones where you like.
Was there a sound cable, Nalaka, that was in this bag?
Have you collected all the presentation?
Hmm?
Have you collected all?
Not yet.
Yep.
どうですか？映らない。それはおかしい。ちょっと待ってね。じゃあ私の方からちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。It's possible that I have to have you do just a second.
That's right.
But yeah.
Stuart Hayes. Yes. Haja. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, your name. What institute are you in?
So we help to organize the workshop.
Anyway, let's.
This is a test. I don't know who's gonna run down for questions. If there's a question,
Okay.
So now, you ready?
Stress.
I believe that is a process. First place. I also want to cooking contest this year. With my friend. No one has ever had
Okay, we still have a few minutes, but I want to tell all the speakers, thank you for being here to speak today. I will give you a bit of instruction as to the bells. Okay, so each speaker has 25 minutes. 5 minutes before your talk, there's one bell. 3 minutes before you're supposed to end, there are 2 bells. And then 3 bells mean you need to finish ASAP. So I'm going to come and bump you up. Here is a pointer, and you can use this one, which is connected to line, but this may be easier. You can just use this and that, and you can go up and down to once you start your PowerPoint. Okay, so with that, any question? I will be right there, so if you at the beginning of your talk, I'll come and make sure your PowerPoint starts. So that's just a little bit of housekeeping. Okay, we'll start right on time. こっちのが大きい。This is nicer. PM. So it's time to start. Thank you very much for being here, everyone, especially the speakers. Some of speakers came a long way, halfway around the world, so I really appreciate. And so I will just give a very quick overview of what this symposium is about. So welcome to JASTE, Japanese Association for, Japanese Society for Tropical Ecology, 25th annual meeting, and this is the International Symposium commemorizing 25th anniversary of the Society. The title of the symposium is Networking for the Sustainable Future of the Tropics. And so we'd like to first give acknowledgement to the Japan Society for Tropical Ecology, which made this symposium possible, and a lot of support from people who work for the society, as well as students from Kyoto University. Kyoto University Foundation gave financial support. Graduate School of Agriculture let us work for this symposium, and Center for Integrated Area Studies, Center for African Area Studies, which are critical because we have this venue, this meeting conference center for this symposium. And they also want to thank Global Sustainability Study of Kyoto University, which also has given us financial support, and this is also GSS Seminar Series 2. And I also want to give special thanks to the International Network of Next Generation Ecologists, INGI, which was just authorized to be, associated with JASTE, and Naraka Gikyanab, he's here helping us to do web broadcast the whole symposium. So there will be YouTube broadcasting of the symposium. Very exciting. So thanks, Naraka. So speaking of networking, this is just we are at the very beginning of it. Welcome remark. I'm Kaoru Kitajima, and I was very happy to see some friends and colleagues to come halfway around the world to give presentations. And after I finish talking, Dr. Mamoru Kanzaki, who is the program chair of the entire JASTE 25, to be giving you a little bit overview about JASTE's history, etc. Okay, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. Stuart Davis from the Center for Tropical Forest Science of Smithsonian Institution. He'll talk us about Global Forest Observatory. Dr. Robin Charlson will be here. She's will be talking next. She's from the University of Connecticut, USA. She's also currently the executive director for Association for Tropical Biology and Conservation. She's very keen to have a chance to interact with many of the JASTE members to foster international network of academic societies of researchers working in the tropics. Then after that, Dr. Adriana Rakotomanana from Madagascar, University of Antananarivo, and he's going to talk about association that is very similar to ATBC, Association for Tropical Biology and Conservation, but his association is Tropical Biology Association. He will tell us more about it. These two are different organizations, both striving for networking at the international level. And after that, we have a brief break, and then Dr. Moira Moeliono of C4, Center for International Forestry Research, will be telling us about Asian Social Forestry Network. A lot more social dimension will come in. Well, all speakers will tell something about social dimension as well as natural ecosystem research. And then after that, Dr. Mitsuru Osaki will tell us, he's from Hokkaido University, Japan. He will tell us about International Peach Society and its activity. And finally, Dr. Jack Foote will tell us about a sort of managed forest network. So a lot of international networks will be introduced, and we'll have excellent overviews. So we will have then, after another short break, we'll have panel discussion with invited panelists, including Dr. Ryohei Kada, Dr. Yasui Kono, Dr. Claudio Romero, and Dr. Shoko Sakai. And so we'll have a hopefully active interaction among panelists as well as speakers and audience. A few of the panelists have prepared brief overviews about their perspectives as well. And finally, we'll have a closing address by Dr. Tsuyoshi Yoneda. I'm sorry, I misspelled your name. He's currently just the president. I really apologize, Yoneda Sensei. I'm sorry. So anyway, that's all my slide, and this will be posted at the side. I am sorry, Dr. Yoneda's name is spelling is completely my fault. And so with that, I will pass this opening remark microphone to Dr. Kanzaki.
So thank you very much, Kitashima-san. And good afternoon, everybody. Some of my friends cannot distinguish me because of this necktie. This is once a year I put this necktie. So today, as one of the program of 25th anniversary meeting of JASTE, we organized this symposium. What is JASTE? So I would like to introduce Japan Society of Tropical Ecology as one of my opening remark. So JASTE was established in 1990. So this is rather the young association, academic association. And JASTE was established to promote the academic exchange of various studies conducted in tropical region. So actually, the establishment of this association is led by the great Professor Tatsuo Kira. So everything starts from his idea about this association. So also there were many promoters to establish this association. For example, Kinji Manishi and Tadao Mezao and so on. Really, the great scientists joined to establish this association. So the JASTE function, what is the function of JASTE? So this association was designed to be a platform of researchers of various disciplines. So every member of the association have their own association in his discipline. For example, for science, for ecology, for sociology, for soil science, and those scientists who are working in tropical countries were gathered in JASTE, and JASTE became a very good platform for discuss about the interdiscipline or transdiscipline approach of the science, especially conducted in tropical countries. So, actually, from this platform, we launched several multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research projects. So, here is just a function, a very effectively function last 25 years. And also, some of the characteristics of JASTE come from the old Kyoto school. That is, we prefer the expedition or field work or Kyoto-style area studies. So this is just my private opinion. This is one of the characteristics of this association. So today's topic is networking. So JASTE is a member of Japan Consortium for Area Studies. So we collaborate with other academic associations. And also now we are trying to establish a firm collaboration with academic scientists working for tropical region. And for example, the Japan Coral Reef Society or Japan Society for Mangroves or Japan Association for African Studies, we are now trying to collaborate. Especially in this anniversary meeting, we have a special session, collaborate session with these associations. So, and also we are trying to establish a firm collaboration with ATDC and its Asia Pacific chapters. But however, still we don't have a firm and long-term network with other local or global networks until now. So the purpose of this symposium to find out the way for future global networking. So we invite many researchers and scientists from all over the world. And your contribution is highly appreciated. And please enjoy 4 hours symposium. A bit long, but don't sleep. Very exciting discussion will follow all the presentation. So thank you very much.
Okay, and now we'll move to the real presentations. Our first speaker is Dr. Stuart Davies, please. And he comes from the Center for Tropical Forest Science, which is no longer just temporary. He's going to tell us more about it.
Thanks very much, Gary. Is the pointer here? Will it work if I just speak through? Can you hear me very well? Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to just start out by saying how happy I am to be here. We've just had a wonderful week organized by Dr. Kitajima. We went down to Aya Forest Reserve and walked the forest, looked at the 4-hectare plot there, had an opportunity to discuss yesterday with a number of researchers, most of you in the room, the prospects of networking large-scale plots in Japan. I think it's a really great idea and a wonderful initiative, and has the absolute full support of me and CTFS and the Smithsonian. So I hope that develops, and I hope today helps to promote that initiative. I'd also like to thank Dr. Kanzaki for inviting me to speak, and it's also nice to see a whole group of people in this room who I know from research in the tropics, from Dr. Igino and many other people who've been working in Malaysia and in Thailand and other parts of the tropics. So it's very nice to see everybody. Okay, so today I want to talk about what's happening to forests at a global scale. And in particular, I'm going to talk about tropical forests because that's the theme of this workshop. The forests, as you well know, forests cover about 4 billion hectares. That's about 30% of the Earth's land area. The network that I run now is trying to encompass this network with plots, this distribution of forest with plots. You see these areas of forests that are undergoing change, and I'll talk more about them in a little while. Forests are very important. We all know this. Forests are very important for a range of services that they provide to humanity. Something like 75% of total terrestrial biomass and carbon are stored in forests. They take up about 30% of anthropogenic carbon emissions. They're also very important from a human perspective because they still sustain about 1/4 to 1/3 of human populations as a major source of protein and of course many other services and products. However, they're undergoing massive changes. It's not news to you to know that something on the order of 100,000 square kilometers of tropical forest, principally tropical forest, are being lost each year. And that rate of forest loss shows pretty much no signs of deteriorating or declining. So it's a serious issue. In addition to that, there's a major transformation in the way forests are distributed on Earth. And a colleague of mine, Bill Lawrence, has estimated that by 2050, there'll be an additional 20 million kilometers of roads built principally in the tropics, principally in developing countries, and that will result in more of this kind of pattern of the distribution of forests, where the dark bits are intact forests and the grey bits are patches of degraded forest. And so our forests are going to look more and more like this as we proceed through this century. That obviously has major consequences for the plants and the animals and the services that these forests provide. In addition, the loss of these forests has direct atmospheric consequences. Something like 10% of the total greenhouse gas emissions comes from biomass burning, principally in the tropics. So it's a major influence on the way our Earth and our Earth system works. The problem, or one of the problems, is that we have a very poor understanding of the future of this particularly tropical forest carbon stock. And so here you see estimates from a range of models, a very large modeling effort to try and understand and project terrestrial carbon stocks and fluxes. And these are a range of different model outputs over the next century. And what you see is that the models are telling us that we really don't have any idea of the impact of changes on the terrestrial forest biome for carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and then consequently climate change. And so we need, as tropical forest biologists, we need to narrow down and reduce this uncertainty if we're going to have any hope of projecting forward the consequences of what we're doing to forests. And so what I've been involved with for the last 25 years is the network called the Center for Tropical Forest Science, which we also sometimes call the Forest Global Earth Observatory, which was initiated, as many of you know, on Barra Colorado, an island in Panama, where Steve Hubble and Robin Foster established a 50-hectare plot in which they mapped and measured every single tree bigger than a centimeter. And we're currently in the process of recensusing those trees for the 9th time. So we're doing the 9th census of BCI now. It's interesting to note that of the original 245,000 individual trees that had tags on them, about 75% of those original trees are gone. Roughly a 2% mortality rate in Panama, on BCI, and so there's been a major turnover of the community. And one basic question is, what's happened over this 30-year period? And so I'll get to that a little bit later. But basically, this is a protocol that was established by Steve and Peter Ashton and other people that you know, and it involves mapping and measuring trees, measuring them repeatedly at the baseline measurement of every 5 years, but we do subsampling at finer resolution now, temporal resolution, and then assessing a range of other attributes of each of these sites. And so the current status of the network is, as I think Carol just mentioned, is expanded into the temperate zone, even into the boreal zone in Canada. There are 25 countries involved, there are 62 sites. Many sites have multiple plots, so there's over 130 sites, hundreds of censuses, and of course millions and millions of measurements of these trees. And we estimate that something like 10 to 15 to 20%, somewhere in that range, of known tree species on Earth are incorporated somewhere in this network of plots. And so it provides a great resource for trying to understand the distribution and dynamics of tree diversity at what we hope is a global scale. And that results, each one of these little plots or big plots results in a distribution, which you all know from your own work, is the distribution of species in a very spatially explicit and intensive manner. This is one temperate forest, the different colors, the different species. And what you see is that, different species live in different places. And of course, that's an important, understanding the mechanisms which drive those patterns has been a fundamental question in ecology. So that's the distribution of plots now right across the world. Areas of focus are, of course, the tropics. Temperate Asia and temperate North America have now large numbers of plots, and creating the opportunity for studies at regional and then at pantropical and also at global scales. The distribution of the plots, if we take one of the Whittaker diagram and look at the relating average temperature to annual precipitation and put each of the CTFS plots on this, we see that we're representing many of the forested biomes of temperate and tropical forests. We've got obviously a significant number in very wet places. We've got some very significant ones in very wet places in the temperate zone. And then we're gradually building in this area of the higher latitude forests. If we look at how representative is this network of the biophysical drivers of where forests live, this is an analysis we did with some partners at Oak Ridge, looking at basically the pale colors indicate that these forests are relatively well represented, at least from a climatic and biophysical estimate. Dark colors are poorly represented, and you notice that the dark colors are mostly not in forested areas, so we don't represent those climates. But at least from a biophysical point of view, we're trying to represent the range of places in which forests occur. The one thing that's missing from this analysis is biogeography, which has a very important impact on determining differences in diversity in space. So we don't have Madagascar as one example of a place we don't have, which has a very unique and largely endemic tree flora. So these forests, each one of them, are undergoing changes. They're undergoing changes from an atmospheric and climatic point of view, but they're also undergoing changes within their dynamics or within the drivers of their dynamics. This is data for 100 years for all of the CTFS plots,
and it's their mean annual temperature through the last 100 years. And what you see is that overall there's been a roughly 1 degree increase in mean annual temperature at the 60-odd CTFS plots. And that's obviously a global phenomenon and one that can significantly influence the way forests work. In addition to the baseline censuses, we've added a whole series of other supplementary information that's helping us to understand the drivers of the dynamics that we're seeing. And so here are a whole list of measurements and observations that are being made at CTFS plots. This is the number of sites in which those observations are being made using some standard protocol. We're trying to standardize protocols so that we can facilitate comparative analyses. But then there are other methods of doing these kinds of observations as well, which are equally important. And so what you see is lianas and functional traits. And many of you are involved in this kind of research. DNA barcoding has been done at 27 plots. There are arthropod and vertebrate surveys, standardized with camera traps in that case, and so on. And the idea is to build a sort of observatory at each of these sites, which is very deep and intensive in the data that's been collected, which will help us to sort of understand what's driving dynamics. And this is just one example of a couple of examples of the kinds of data being collected. The carbon measurements include intensive dendrometer surveys, where trees are being measured at fine temporal scales, so we can pick up climatic effects on tree performance, soil carbon, and other aspects of the carbon cycle. Many sites, actually 15 now, have flux towers, so we're able to link gross primary productivity measured from the trees to what's happening as those trees and the other parts of the ecosystem interact with the atmosphere. I mentioned functional traits. Joe Wright at STRI has led the initiative to try and standardize functional traits right across the network to help us understand both species diversity changes in these sites, but also functional changes that might be happening as drivers there's a whole series of traits, you know them, and they're being measured at as many sites as we can for as many species as we can. And then there's surveys of the recruitment dynamics using standardized traps and seedling plots. And that obviously gets at that key phase of the regeneration dynamics of the major species. I mentioned barcoding. Now we have something like 1,700 tree species DNA barcoded using some three standard gene regions. So what's happening? What's happening at a global scale to tropical forests? One very large question at a big scale is, well, with this increased atmospheric carbon dioxide, are these forests growing faster? Are they accumulating more carbon? There's been a wealth of information come out of the large small plot network, particularly in the Amazon, the rainfall network, suggesting that tropical forests are a large sink for carbon. So if we analyze a number of 12 CTFS plots, we see that most of them have a positive biomass change over the duration that they've been monitored. We see in Luquillo in Puerto Rico, there's been a vast reduction in biomass as a result of a typhoon or hurricane which went through there soon after the first census. But in most of the plots, there is a positive carbon uptake going on at this scale. And that's true. I mentioned the rainfall network. What they've been showing, if you look at these purple graphs in the tropics here, you see there's a sink. There's a carbon flux going into, they estimate this carbon flux to be about half a petagram per year. And this is a table of their results. They estimate this, that various different studies have come out with different numbers. They're all positive. This is the middle one here, the total above ground biomass change in all these forests. Most of them are showing a positive signal. In the CTFS plots, the ones in the red here, we estimate a slightly smaller carbon sink in the tropics than they do, but nevertheless it's slightly positive. That's at a very coarse scale. What's happening, the whole value of these very intensive plots with many, many species and populations monitored is that we can decompose those kind of big numbers and ask, what is it about these forests that's undergoing change? An analysis done by Ryan Chisholm and a whole group of us looked at 12 plots and basically asked, are these plots undergoing directional change? Are their dynamics of the species populations neutral, basically undergoing some drift up and down through time, or are they undergoing change in one or other direction? And so what each of these graphs means is that on the abundance of an individual species is on the x-axis, on the y-axis is the change in the abundance of that individual species. And what you see is the neutral models are all in the blue dots underneath. And all the real data is in the green lines above. And what this is telling us is that every one of the plots we've looked at are undergoing changes over and above what we would expect under some sort of equilibrium or neutral model. So there are things changing in these forests. What are they? How can we understand from the demography of individual species or the disturbance drivers at those sites what's happening? One observation from the Charbet et al. Paper was that yes, most plots, as I mentioned before, have a positive carbon uptake. And with the exception of Lukio in this case, because it lost through typhoon, and Singaraja, which I'll come back to a little later, Singaraja in Sri Lanka. But in concordant with that was that there was an increasing abundance of slow-growing trees. Slow-growing trees appear to be the ones that are taking up or more of the overall biomass in many of these forests. So if you think about that, very basic ecology, what happens when a forest is regenerating after some kind of disturbance? Well, gradually long-term succession proceeds, and the later successional species continue to grow and increase their degree of dominance in stands until another disturbance knocks them out. So our basic premise is, well, maybe there is no CO2 fertilization effect going on in these forests, but what's happening is that all of them are undergoing, or many of them are undergoing directional change in response to long periodicity, long time cycle disturbance events. Let's take a look at some forests from that 12 plot map and ask, can we understand what's going on? Here's BCI. We did an analysis, Ken Feely, who's now in Florida but worked with me for some time, did an analysis of the similar kind of analysis, the abundance of individual species, each dot's a species, and their change in time. This is BCI. And what he showed is that some species are declining in abundance much more than you would expect by chance, and some are increasing in abundance much more than you would expect by chance. That's the same result that Ryan presented for many plots. How is that? So what's going on? Are there functional, biological explanations of this change? One thing to note is that through time, these are subquadrats within the BCI plot. Through time, all of the quadrats are changing, the subquadrats are changing in the same direction. So there's not just some random, some areas they're increasing abundance of certain species, other areas they're increasing abundance of other species. It appears that whatever's happening in BCI is a uniform pattern across the plot. And what Ken observed is that actually there's been an increase to more drought-tolerant, high wood density species over at that time, the 25 years of data. And when Steve and Robin started BCI, very shortly after that, there was a very severe El Nino. That El Nino knocked out a lot of what we now know to be drought-sensitive species. And so the drought-tolerant species, which tend to have a higher wood density, went through an increase. And that pattern has persisted up until the last census. However, it appears, and Joe Wright and a couple of other people are now reanalyzing this and looking to see to what extent is that driven by certain individual species, or is it a true trend for many species? Another example of change that we're trying to explain is Waikakeng in Thailand. Waikakeng, this is the plot map for Waikakeng. It's a very strongly seasonal forest. Several of you have been there, I know. This is the distribution of one species, a big dipterocarp, Hopia odorata. In that forest, you can see very immediately by the stem map, the size of the dots are scaled to the size of the individual trees. You can see that there's a very high dominance of very large Hopia odorata in that forest, and that's the size distribution for the species. Very little recruitment of Hopia. It is quite shade tolerant, but for some reason it's not recruiting. But it also tells us that back in time, something may have happened that promoted the establishment of this important canopy tree. And sure enough, it's in a system where we can use dendrochronology to look at the long-term history of the trees in that system. And Patrick Baker, who's now in Melbourne University in Australia, looked at tree rings, not for Hopia, which doesn't lay tree rings, but other related species, and showed that there were very large pulses of recruitment back 150 to 200 years ago, suggesting that some disturbance event, which is still to be fully understood, some disturbance event led to a stand replacement event in that system, and Hopia regenerated and became dominant and has persisted as a major large canopy tree. So we don't know what that disturbance is, but we know that long-term disturbances are driving these systems in complex ways. Another example, which I mentioned before, is Sri Lanka. Trying to understand what's going on in a very wet, very aseasonal forest in southern Sri Lanka, Dipterocarp forest. We saw that it was losing more biomass than the other plots for some reason. And in this case, it's an example of basically where we don't know what's going on. What we do know is that this species, Mesua nagasarium, a very big tree in the Gutiferi, the Clusiaceae, very huge tree, very slow growing, all of a sudden in one short period, had a very high mortality event which knocked out a large number, something like 30% of the total basal area of that individual species was knocked out. We don't know why. We see, this is the rainfall, the running 30-day average rainfall in Singaraja. It's a very wet place, receives about 5 meters of rain a year with no seasonality. And this is the red period here where the mortality event occurred, and we have no signal for, there was a drought event that knocked out that species, or there was some other climatic driver. We know that it was spatially aggregated mortality. The orange colors are where the mortality events were concentrated, so it's mostly down in the valley for some reason. We suspect it could be some species-specific pathogen, which is a very unusual thing to observe in the tropics, actually, in tropical forests, the species-specific pathogens that knock out big canopy trees. But in any case, the point here is that these long-term dynamics work in complex ways that we don't fully understand, and this is one example where we need a new way, new methods to start to look at these. Another example from the Congo, just to think about what's happening in Congolese forests, and we have plots both in mixed forests, many species dominate the canopy, and monodominant forests where this big Caesalpinia legum, Gilbertiodendron, dominates the forest. And what you see here is that in both forests, this Gilbertiodendron is becoming more and more and more common, and that's been observed in large areas of the eastern Congo. It's a very, very shade-tolerant species with very large seeds. It's highly tolerant of drought and moist conditions. But for some reason, at a very large landscape scale, this species is starting to expand its range, and more of this forest is turning into monodominant forest. The drivers of that are basically unclear. Nobody knows why it is being pushed this way. We know also what else is happening in tropical forests is that lianas have been increasing, at the very least, in BCI and other parts of Latin America. You see that the number of trees in the BCI, a subsample of BCI plot, over the last 30 odd years, you see major increases. And this can obviously change the way these forests are functioning. That just points out that the lianas are also increasing, and trees are increasing in their reproductive output over this long-term period, and seeking explanations for what's going on with that is a major initiative of Joe and others down in Australia. We see it in Asia as well. We see shifts in other aspects of forest function. This is a 10-year sample of the phenological behavior in Khao Chong in southern Thailand. And what you see here is the annual, it's a shortly seasonal forest, and you see annual reproduction in a Dipterocarp forest, which is quite interesting, but that's not the point here. The point is these trees have been, reproductive output has been declining, the intensity of reproduction has been declining over the last decade. We think that reproduction is cued by dry season intensity, and the dry seasons have been increasingly moist over the last decade. And so that may be one explanation for a reduction in reproductive output. But there are other drivers of how forests are changing that are also important and becoming evident with these long-term, large-scale plots. Several of you have worked in this place in Lambia Hills National Park. This is a map of the region, or the northern part of Sarawak, and you see this massive deforestation that's going on around the plot. All of this afforestation is actually just oil palm plantations, but you can see now, those of you who know the area know this is the boundary of the national park. It's being isolated into a tiny fragment. We've been doing camera trap surveys at land air, but we've also been doing inventories, visual inventories of animals, and the camera trap surveys are going on in other places as well. We also know that most of the seeds in these forests require vertebrates for dispersal, for movement. We also know that land air has suffered from intense hunting pressure over the last 20 years, since the maiden road went through there, and it's now very, very unusual to see any of the major vertebrates that disperse seeds and moves. The hornbills are basically absent, and as are the monkeys and so on. And what Rhett Harrison observed is that the abundance of saplings was increasing, but that the diversity of those saplings was decreasing. And in particular, that large seeded species that require modes of dispersal by vertebrates were becoming less abundant. They were falling under their parents and appear to be undergoing heavy negative density dependence. So there's, in addition to long-term disturbance drivers, there's these recent disturbance drivers that are having major impacts on the way forests work. So in summary then, tropical forests do appear to be a carbon sink, but I say that somewhat tentatively because there's large data sets that need to be synthesized and new data sets from CTFS that need to be brought to bear on this question. Forest composition broadly is changing, but often as you would expect from the long-term consequences of disturbance. So separating the impact of these disturbances from other environmental drivers is going to be a key issue. Lianas are increasing, at least in the New World tropics. Cara was telling me yesterday that Joe thinks that, or has new evidence that in Asia, there, at least in Paso Peninsula, Malaysia, there's no evidence that there is a increase in lianas. And forest function is changing by local climate shifts. I showed you the phenology examples, and also by hunting pressure, which is shifting the importance of different species functional groups. But to get into this in more detail, we need these large-scale observations. Clearly, these large-scale plots are extremely valuable, but we need experiments and models that can be used to capture the mechanisms that are driving these patterns. So experiments in the order of things like exclusion of vertebrates in places where there are vertebrates, models where we can build better models that have better estimates of things like demography and the biology of these systems will go a long way to clarifying some of an understanding of how forests are changing and why. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With the interest of time to stay with the schedule, I would like to move to Dr. Robin Charleston. There will be a chance for more active question-answer session and discussion. So, okay, let's see. So Dr. Robin Charleston of the University of Connecticut next.
Thank you. I would also like to thank Karu for the invitation to come and for everyone who has been helping to make this a wonderful experience for me. And I hope to talk with many of you about this and also about the Association for Tropical Biology and Conservation, which I'm not really going to be talking about in my presentation, but I hope to talk about informally. What I'm going to be talking about here is a relatively new networking effort that is focused on tropical reforestation and also that is going way beyond ecological understanding to broaden the scope of our understanding of what's happening with landscapes in the tropics and include a vast number of social consequences and drivers as well. So first I want to describe the features of a network because I think we sometimes forget really what a network is and what it's for. And basically a network is some kind of interconnected group or system, so it's not individually isolated activities, but it's interconnected. There is some kind of collective goal involved that requires integrating and linking the various nodes. And a network can also have a very important function as providing a collective voice. So it's a way of expanding the influence that we can no longer have or we could never have as individuals or as individual projects or as individual data sets, but rather being able to speak from a larger body of knowledge and experience. And finally, a network can also function as a data processing system that goes far beyond what individuals can do to gather and analyze and do comparative studies and synthetic studies, and also to transfer the information beyond the scope of what is normally transferred with an individual research project. So I hope you'll see that this is part of what we're trying to do with the networks that we're establishing now. And one of the main goals that we've had is to enhance the understanding that we have of secondary forest regeneration around the world, primarily in the tropics, and to also understand what are the drivers of reforestation and forest restoration. And part of this is understanding how it has worked in the past, but it is also important to use that knowledge to try to expand and extend the areas under restoration, and to do it in certain ways that maximize the benefits and minimize the costs to society. So the first network I'm going to talk about is a relatively small research network called Neoselvas. And that originated as a research project in 3 joining projects in 3 areas: in Costa Rica, in north of Manaus, Brazil, and in Chiapas, Mexico, where all of the investigators had a continuous long-term data set from successional plots in the tropics, in fairly wet tropical forests. And since that time, we have been expanding to accumulate more studies as we discover them, as more time goes on, and we start to get a long-term record of data from individual sites over time. So that was the original goal of Neoselvas. And the second network is newer, but as I'm going to describe sort of the evolution, it kind of came out of the Neoselvas experience. And this is called Partners, and you'll be hearing more about that in a minute. So I want to emphasize a point that Stuart made, and that is that deforestation in the tropics is still continuing. Not only that, but most of the world's deforestation, particularly in this century, has happened in the tropics. So this problem is still pervasive. And what you see here in this map from Global Forest Watch is showing in the purple, all of those is forest tree cover loss. And we don't have a very clear understanding of what are the consequences of this loss, and how can the system recover from this loss. And that is why this is such an important question today. And throughout the tropics, we are seeing a forest resurgence, forest regrowth, forest regeneration in a number of circumstances at a fairly large scale. That's happening in some cases without any particular active restoration effort, but in other cases there are active activities involved to help to bring forest back on a fairly large scale. And this is an example from northwestern Costa Rica in the Guanacaste region. And understanding how these forests are recovering is a central aspect of understanding how we can help to bring them back. This is some data from FAO Global Forest Assessment. There will be some new data coming up this year I'm very eager to see. But it also points out how little we understand this process. They divide forest area into these 3 categories. The primary forest in the darker green bars. And you can see that in most continental regions of the tropics, this is the lowest type of forest cover. And globally, it's only about 30% of the forest cover would be classified as primary forest. The bulk of the forest cover around the world is in this category that FAO labels naturally regenerated forests, which is not a very useful category at all. And this mostly is probably classifying what we would call logged forests, or what many people call secondary forests, which are selectively logged or degraded forests. You can have your pick of any word you like and put it in that category, and that's what it is. So we don't have good information. We really have very poor information on a global scale of how much forest is actually regenerating forest versus how much is degenerating forest. And those are two very different things. There's also a fairly low percentage of planted forests globally, although this is, I think we're going to see a big change in the forest resources assessment this year. So this whole category of naturally regenerated forests is really what our project has been interested in, and I believe what Jack is also going to be talking about. There's been a lot of concern about the need for restoration, and the Convention on Biological Diversity in their strategic plan developed here in Nagoya, Japan, developed a series of targets called the Aichi targets. And one of these targets specifically focuses on goals for restoration that include restoring at least 15% of degraded ecosystems. This includes all ecosystems, not just forest ecosystems. And this has been a central, one of the main goals that the Convention on Biological Diversity has been pushing for. And the bond challenge was really mobilized to promote this effort, but to support the Aichi targets and to try to present the opportunities around the world where restoration could be happening. So this is based on forest and landscape restoration opportunities. And from that analysis, they estimated over about 2 billion hectares around the world are potential areas where forests could be restored in a variety of different ways. And I won't go into the details, but they have several different approaches to bring forests back to these areas, or to bring tree cover back in these areas, which presumably were all originally forest. And then recently, the New York Declaration expanded on this bond challenge, which was to restore 150 million hectares of degraded lands and forest lands by 2020, and to increase this to an additional 200 million hectares by 2030. And this was signed by a large number of organizations and corporations as well, and countries last fall in New York. So there's global commitment now to large-scale restoration around the world. But how do we do this? That's a big question. And why focus so much on restoration and on tropical secondary forests? Well, as I've already told you, these other naturally regenerated forests are the predominant type of forest cover we have in the tropics. So the knowledge that we have about how mature forests are operating and the changes that are happening there, as Stuart just discussed, yes, they're representative in a geographical sense, but they are not representative of what most of the forests are experiencing in the world. And second, within many countries, secondary forests are the predominant forest cover. And this is becoming increasingly true of the vast number of tropical countries. Yet these forests are critically important for a variety of environmental services, and particularly for water and for carbon sequestration and for biodiversity conservation as well. So in order to give more attention to this topic and to develop some long-term plots, we set up this study in 2007 comparing successional pathways and rates of change in tropical forests in 3 different countries. And in each of those locations, we had individual projects that had already been started, and had annual censuses in monitoring plots in a variety of different ages. Some of the sites had been used for shifting cultivation. Some of the sites had been used for pasture. And the project involved investigators from Mexico, the US, the Netherlands. You may recognize some of these people. And we have had a couple of retreats over time. And recently in Costa Rica in 2013, we've added some dry forest sites in Mexico to our group, and some sites in Bolivia as well. So we're adding, and I'm not going to go through a presentation of our results yet, but we're doing a lot of synthetic papers right now, and finding some really interesting patterns across these sites. But what I wanted to focus on is sort of how this led us to the formation of this broader network. In 2009, together with some collaborators at the UNAM campus in Morelia, at the Institute of Ecology, we organized an international workshop, and we brought together a large number of ecologists that work with secondary forests and forest regeneration in the New World, and from the US and Mexico and other countries, including Brazil. We had over 60 people there, and we had a really good number of sessions and working groups. And at the end of that meeting, we resolved to form a network. And we wanted it to be a socio-ecological network because we recognized the importance of understanding the social, political, economic, cultural drivers and consequences of land use change. And we wanted to really move forward with a more holistic understanding. And one of the examples is this graph here called the forest transition curve, which predominantly social scientists have been using to look at changes in land use and shifts from periods of deforestation to periods of newly available forest cover in a region, usually at the national scale. Many countries have been going through this forest transition. The problem has been that no one had been really looking at what that meant. What are these forms of forest cover that are being detected and that are increasing? And that seemed to be an important feature. So that would take an interdisciplinary team of geographers and ecologists working together to understand, what is the remote sensing telling us? What is happening on the ground? What are these forests being replaced with over here? And what are the consequences of that? Another motivation that we've had is that it's been recognized for 13 years now since this ITTO report came out that we're missing a lot of information about how to manage and rehabilitate forests. That we seem to know quite a bit about how to establish forest plantations, and most forest ministries are focused on this. We know how to plant trees in all kinds of areas where there hasn't been tree cover. We know how to do commercial plantations and forestry outside of the context of natural forests. We know there are guidelines. We know how to do this. We also know how to manage forests as protected areas and as conserved areas. But all of this stuff in between, how do we manage those areas that are naturally regenerating, or forests that have been severely degraded by logging? How do we restore them? We don't even know what to call them. So this is a huge vacuum still in the world, and one that we need to address. So those are the motivations that led to the formation of this interdisciplinary network. And after 3 attempts with the National Science Foundation, we finally were able to get approval and get funding to form this research coordination network, which is a 5-year project, largely to bring people together and at workshops and form working groups and have them pull together information and chart new frameworks for future research and collaboration. So the main goal that we have is to bring natural and social scientists together to address these complex socio-ecological processes that are currently shaping reforestation in the tropics, and that we hope we can gain insights into how we can shape things in the future. And when I say reforestation, everyone has a different picture in their mind of what they think of when they think of reforestation. You might think of it here as large-scale natural regeneration happening on land that was formerly used for agriculture. Reforestation can also involve plantations of local native tree species, as you see here, Bochisia guatemalensis plantation in Costa Rica. Coffee agroforestry is also reforestation in the sense that or many other kinds of agroforestry systems where you have crop production, but then you have trees planted to provide shade and other ecosystem services. Many different types of agroforestry systems fall under the reforestation category. And finally, we have commercial plantations, in this case rubber, but all kinds of eucalyptus, a number of other mono-specific tree plantations are also considered a form of reforestation, and probably the most predominant form of reforestation in the world today. So we consider all of these so that we can gain some insights into the drivers of when these different types of reforestation are occurring and what are the ecological consequences and the local economic consequences of these changes in land use. Some of the major functions of our network are been to provide peer-reviewed scholarly synthesis. We now have a web-based platform for communication. Communication is central to an effective network. And not only communication among researchers, but one of our main goals is to communicate the information we're finding to educators and policymakers, and also to the general public. Because if we're going to create this restoration movement, we really have to have everybody behind us. Also, we hope to stimulate some new research. That is, we're finding huge gaps in our knowledge, and there's a need to have interdisciplinary teams out there working to fill those gaps. And finally, to provide information for educators and policymakers. So we've had one workshop already last May, and that was really designed to kickstart our project and to develop new frameworks for integrating social and ecological drivers of reforestation. And we're having our second workshop this October, which is going to be more focused on how do we make it happen, and looking at all kinds of factors. I'll go into that in a little bit. And in 2017, we'll have our third workshop as well, and that will be focused on early career scientists. So let me just skip a little bit. We are incorporating directly in our workshops people who are working with a variety of conservation and environmental organizations, and they're helping us to translate a lot of what we're doing to policymakers, since they have a more direct linkage. Okay. And these are some of the organizational partners that we've been working with so far. We also have a membership, so we allow people to join and encourage people to join, and then they receive information about our workshops and our papers. So far, we have almost 300 members now, and over 40 countries. And this is just a wordle of their research interests. So a little heavy on the forest and ecology there. This was at our first workshop, and the first 5 working groups have been meeting separately since that workshop and are all actively producing some documents. So we're working on forest transitions, on socio-ecological resilience, climate variability, challenges and trade-offs of different reforestation scenarios. And this final group is looking more at forest concepts and definitions and how they're basically impeding the application of these terms in reforestation. And this is one of the first papers that's come out of Working Group 3 on climate change and tropical reforestation. And that group is also producing a major review paper. And this is the trade-offs group. They have their meeting in Mexico. And the forest concepts group. Okay. So now I'd like to shift to a video because I'm running out of time. And just this is what our new working groups are going to focus on with our next workshop, including things like restoration value chains and corporate responsibility. But now I'm going to, since I'm out of time, want to take some time to go show you the video. Oh, just one thing. This is our new website, and you can join directly on the website. We also have news feed on here, and we're putting up blogs. And we want this to be sort of a central location where anybody with an interest in restoration in the tropics can go. And we have a Facebook discussion page and also a member page. So there you go. There's a website if you want to join. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to start the video that will be brought.
Tropical forests are in trouble. The 20th century was a period of unprecedented deforestation in the tropics, leaving hundreds of millions of hectares degraded around the world. But forests can recover through natural succession and reforestation. Partners is a network that links natural and social scientists with organizations working toward reforestation to tackle these challenges together.
Well, Partners is a really exciting new initiative because till now, ecologists that have been studying forest regeneration and social scientists that have been studying land use change in the tropics haven't looked at these processes in a synthetic, integrated way.
The problems are not one-dimensional. They are multidimensional. And so we need scientists from different backgrounds working together and trying to solve the challenge posed by reforestation.
The largest challenge that we face from a socio-ecological perspective is speaking to each other in the same language. So it's understanding the values, the terminologies, the concepts that different disciplines use to understand systems is the first thing that we need to overcome in this process of collaborating together.
There are ways of understanding that are different between a community of social scientists and a community of ecologists. Ecologists oftentimes study phenomena and leave themselves out of the equation.
We're all focused around tropical forests, but we're coming at it from such different angles and points of view, and working both to reconcile our different approaches and also to fuel each other's research is just, I mean, it's just incredible.
The information, the syntheses that Partners is going to have on the science, the social and ecological aspects of restoration and reforestation is going to be extremely useful for the people with whom we work. And we are also going to be, I think, able to really add to Partners by being able to explain the perspectives and the needs of the stakeholders with whom we work on the ground.
To being very far removed from these things that we think that are connected to secondary.
We have a very strong mission for educational outreach and for policy outreach. We don't want to just be academic about this. We want the information, the good information that we've obtained to have a use and have a purpose in policymaking.
I think Partners is well positioned to enlighten policymakers on the important issues surrounding the role of trees and forests and reforestation, especially in the policy arena.
If you have to work to rebuild a forest, you learn just how difficult that is. And where I work, I think that that kind of involvement and community building actually also encourages people to conserve the forests that they already have, because they learn about just how hard it is to bring those forests back once they're gone.
We hope to have a very interdisciplinary perspective of how the forest functions and how different services are important to different people, different values really are important to the way they see the future.
Through this partnership, the networking with scientists, researchers, and as well even NGOs could help us sharpen the focus of our work.
Does the forest change drastically? There's many things that we don't know because collectively we haven't really been looking in that direction. I mean, research in the past have been facing in this way perhaps. Now we are turning our heads and looking in another direction, and we see what we can see, and what we see is this enormous opportunity and this need for new knowledge that has not been very well explored yet.
Studying forests that are coming back and regenerating provides new hope. What we really need to know is how can we promote reforestation? How can we help many countries experience or surge reforestation? Because there's so many benefits from it.
It's not just about protecting what's there. It's about rebuilding a new future. We can't look back and try to recreate the kinds of forests that were there before the deforestation. But what we can do is to look forward and, with all of the collective knowledge that we have, try to reconstruct forests and allow forests to regrow.
That used up the rest of my time.
So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. This was very impressive and very inspiring. Now, I think we need to move to the next speaker. Here is a little bit of technical adjustment. So give me a second, and I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. Let's see. All right, great. Our next speaker is Dr. Hajariana Rakotomanana of the, let's see, excuse me for a second, still technical issue. Give me a second, please. Here we go. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Hajariana Rakotomanana of the University of Antananarivo, Madagascar.
Thank you very much. Minasan, konnichiwa. It's my great opportunity to present you a Tropical Biology Association today. I will speak on behalf of TBA. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Kitajima and Professor Kanzaki for inviting me to come to present this TBA. It's about the introduction of TBA. It's also my pleasure to attend this commemoration of 25th anniversary of JUST. And I think TBA is still younger than just because it is established on 1993.
Let's switch the microphone.
Okay, thank you very much. Tropical Biology Association, Network for Natural Conservation in Africa. University of Antananarivo is part of this network. I'm from the Department of Animal Biology, Faculty of Science, and the University of Antananarivo. Okay, first of all, I would like to give you the outline of our presentation. I would like to introduce TBA today. What is TBA? What type of activities we have in TBA? Where is the office? And what is the problem with TBA? Next, we are talking about capacity building for conservation, because I think capacity building is the key to the conservation in Africa. Also, we will talk about for our support program. It is the essential part, and this is the strength of Tropical Biology Association. And at the end, we will talk about the future of TBA. What are we doing in the near future? What have we been done in TBA? Much has been done, but still there are a lot of things we have to think about. So these are the 4 points that I would like to talk about today. What is TBA? This is very small, but we think it is effective in terms of conserving biodiversity in African countries. In TBA, we believe that local solutions have lasting impact. We need these local researchers, local conservationists to work together for conserving this unique biodiversity in Africa. TBA was established in 1993, so it is younger than just. It is founded originally through Darwin Initiative. And TBA largely works in a different part of Africa now. Now, I will show to you the screen, the network of TBA. In this screen, we have the TBA network. This is just a link, north and south researchers and practitioners. And TBA is a founder member of Cambridge Conservation Initiative. It has its office in Cambridge, Cambridge University, and one office is in Kenya, Nairobi. So we got 2 offices for TBS. So this shows that we work with many different experts all over the world. And we have some exchange of ideas. Some students from this different part of the world. We got international students with international teachers, and we work together to see how to protect the environment in Africa. So, talking about study sites, we got 3 study sites in general in Africa. We have the tropical ecosystem of Uganda, also in Tanzania, and in Madagascar. And we have each year 1 month for each site. So in total, we have 3 months field courses in these 3 sites. What is the training? The training is about gaining field experience. It is about putting theory into practice. It is about doing your research project. It is about working with an international group of biologists. So these points are very important. When we talk about training, talk about capacity building for conservation, and TBA is more than training. TBA is more than training because participants have an access to resources after the training, and then can build a good institutional environment, and then can belong to networks. These are very important for us. Talking about this capacity building, we got 3 ingredients. The first ingredient is time. If you look at this graph, we have always this problem of time. And we see the relationship between degree of difficulty and time needed. At the beginning, we got skill, information, and then knowledge, and then we change the attitudes, and then changing individual behavior, and changing organizational behavior. So we get to the depth and breadth of change. Capacity building is always long-term, and immediate results of training are not always obvious. It's very difficult because donors give us short-term funding, but real impact maybe not be seen until several years. So these are one problem of this type of capacity building. Also, collaboration is important. This is the second ingredient of capacity building. Collaboration is important. We have to collaborate with the different institutions in Africa. For example, you can see here the universities, you can see organization, conservations, and also some government departments. We got also these TPA alumni groups, which are very important. So this collaboration is very important. We cannot do anything if we have not this collaboration. The third point ingredient is filling the gaps. Of course, we have to talk about capacity building for conservation. But conservation is about people. Who is the people? Who are the people? Local people should participate in this type of conservation. So we involve these local people, local scientists, local researchers, local conservationists into the project. So this is very important for sustainable conservation strategies. So we have to design the capacity building. Capacity building as a tool for conservation. From theory to practice, using TBA as a case study. We have to change the ideas, stimulate debates. So this very important. We have a lot of activities in this, like field course and tailor-made training workshop. We have also projects that integrate conservation science and training. We have resources, granting, mentoring, institutional support. We got these networks. This is a link between North and South researchers and practitioners. So this is very important. TBA, field course. What is it about? The participant will have hands-on field training. We will provide up-to-date concepts and in ecology and conservation. We will provide experience in project design. This is for graduate level. For graduate level students, NGO staff, forest ecologists, etc., etc. And we are 60 months-long field training course in tropical ecology and conservation in 5 countries. I said mostly our field study are in Africa, like in Madagascar, in Tanzania, and in Uganda. But sometimes we also use some other field, like in Borneo, in Kenya, and so on. So this is our unique approach. As I said before, participants are from South and North. And these participants from North and South attend in equal numbers. Each year, TBA sponsors 45 Africans and Southeast Asia, and 45 Europeans in the field courses. Also, during the field course, we have to share with teaching expertise, exchange ideas, exchange experiences, because TBA invites many experts from the different part of the world, from different countries, to teach in the courses. So we got about 250 teachers from all over the world to teach in these TBA courses. Also, we have specialist training program just for filling the gaps. And I'm talking about tailor-made a training workshop on specific topics like talk on invasive plants, ecosystem services, fundraising, and communication. So these are different subjects that we can provide in TPA course. Also, for the special course, we have scientific communication, we have proposal writing and fundraising, we have project design and management, and this for 80 people from 45 institutions in Africa. So, and next is we have also this ecology and management of invasive plants. This is just an integrating research and training, and 10 institutions participated in this workshop. We have 3 training workshops. We have 7 follow-up project and management trials. We have a workshop on policy and management plan, and so on and so on. So this was carried out in Tanzania in 2009. The most important in TPA is the follow-up support, because it is the strength of TPA. Since TPA creation, we got about 1,800 students attended month-long TPA courses, and more than 300 participated in short training courses. So we just start from 1993. So you can see these manuals produced by TPA for helping these students, like funding guidelines, fundraising guidelines, scientific writing. Also, we have some other manuals for this follow-up support, like simple guide to statistics. Also, in this follow-up support, we got a network. It's about 120 institutions in 65 countries. So it is very easy for TPA because we are in touch with 97% of the training. Also, we have internet resource center. This includes bulletin board, funding database, and training manuals. We got also small grants and scholarships, and we have now 33 MSc students supported by TPA, and 14 PhD students. These are supported by TPA. And we have also mentoring. Demand is increasing for new skills because these are new demands for applying new skills. So there are many different people interested in this, lecturer on teachers, 9%, conservation research, 10%, and so on and so on. So a lot of people, a lot of our students are interested in this type of network. Long-term impact, we created alumni groups in the different countries. So we got 15 groups across Africa now. So you can see here the different countries in Africa who have this alumni group. And we think that this alumni group is a kind of multiplying effect of conservation of biodiversity in Africa. And for this alumni group, we have a big group. It is just like an umbrella group, umbrella organization. We called it TAG, TBA, African Alumni Group. So this is very important for Africa. And the first conference was held in Nairobi in July 2013. And second conference was scheduled in June 2015, so this month. So which was held in Accra, in Ghana. Looking ahead, this is the future of TBA. Much has been done in TBA. We already trained many students, and all of these students are still in conservation work. TBA is also developing plans for an African Center for conservation capacity now. So it is a matter of great concern to all of us. Just finished my presentation. We thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haja-san, for a wonderful overview of Tropical Biology Association. I'm sure some of you may have questions, but I would say let's have a break for 10 minutes. I know we are running a little bit late, so we will start promptly 10 minutes later than the published schedule. So we will reconvene here with our next speaker at 3:45. So thank you, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
We can talk about joining forces with
mitigation and adaptation to climate change in the context of social forestry. And originally, we were asked to focus on Vietnam, Laos, and Indonesia, although this geographical division has broken down a bit. So we are also thinking of Myanmar and other places. And so, in order to fulfill this mandate, C4 designed then research on social and policy networks, and also on the linkages between adaptation and mitigation, as well as on participatory carbon assessment and MRV, monitoring, reporting and verification approaches. And then as a second mandate, we were asked to support the ISFN, the network partners, and the ASEAN Secretariat with the provision of research results as well as capacity building. So then here we have a regional network which is intergovernmental, and they try to pull in other stakeholders, the NGOs and the capacity, and with the help of Swiss then sort of set up another network where research and capacity building as well as advocacy were intended to mainstream social forestry in these countries. Then I move into C4's work. First of all, we talk about a regional network organization, but our work is very, very local. And we focused mainly on Sweden communities. And our framework of thinking was that social network structures exist in smallholder communities. So it's not only it's global, regional, but also at a very local level. And in order to introduce new concepts such as mitigation and the reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation schemes, you need to pass on information to these local people. And what is the best way to disseminate information? Because the traditional method is going to the village head and inform him, and he will inform local people if he does or if he understands. And we were not quite sure whether that was the most effective channel to provide information. So our assumption, our hypothesis is that information and other resources exchanged through networks affects the ability of communities and households to participate in and to benefit from new activities such as the REDD schemes. So we wanted to see whether if we can more effectively disseminate information, whether new schemes might be better implemented. And social networks can enhance the ability of communities of shifting cultivators to influence regional and national policies on REDD. The reason why we looked at Sweden communities is because if you say that people depend on forest resources, most of the time they have a component of Sweden included. So while they might collect non-timber forest products, they also need their rice or maize, and most often that is coming from Sweden, from the slash and burn of forest, which is in a way banned by many governments as being destructive. It's considered, in Vietnam, for example, considered the #1 cause of deforestation. And although in Indonesia it's not as explicitly banned, it is considered backwards and destructive. But we, in our previous work in C4, we know that Sweden communities are not static. They are not always the same doing every year, the things they are doing every year. They are dynamic and changing with the times. They're actually quite adaptive. They're also not as isolated as previously thought, but they were linked to multiple social networks. And we know from Sweden communities in Kalimantan, for example, that they have this tradition of migration and coming back. And through this network of migration, a lot of new information is entering the communities. So there, as well, there is new research that is showing that Sweden will affect the carbon stock, but not as bad as people believed. First of all, most of the traditional Sweden are not really that big. And also most of the time the low carbon stock is not affected seriously. There is a lot of uncertainty about this aspect, but we sort of have taken this assumption and looked at the literature and have taken this as another reason to look at Sweden communities. They also adapt to change and new opportunities. We know that Sweden communities are sometimes quite commercial in their dealing with resources because there is a market. So Sweden communities continuously adapt, and in all these rules of the state which affect local communities, they might also take these rules, such as the ban on Sweden, but either ignore it or adapt it. And sometimes they just forget about it or understand it in different ways. So there are lots of constraining rules of the Sweden communities, but they have managed to overcome these. And while overcoming formal rules, and they created an informal rule, an informal situation in which they reproduce. CIFOR's work then was mainly in Indonesia, in West Borneo, West Kalimantan, with another project in Laos, where there was the IRAD project, which we piggybacked on, and in Vietnam there was also the IRAD, and I'm working with Tui there, so she knows more about this story than I do, but I'm the one telling this, and so if I make a mistake, you can correct me. So, Vietnam. We looked at Sweden communities and we assume that the carbon stock might be affected, but not on a long term because there is this following and the small scale. And actually there's research in Thailand which has actually calculated the balance of Sweden compared to the different follow stages, and they said that they come out in a positive way. We haven't done that in this study. We just based it on other people's research. But we are linking it to the ongoing research in CIFOR, which wanted to learn to see how REDD, the reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation scheme, can be implemented. And this is also linked to the payment for environmental service schemes, where people are compensated for conserving or protecting their forest. So in order to see how REDD and PES schemes can be implemented, we analyzed the formal and informal structures in Sweden communities, and we did this through looking at social networks. And the social networks we specifically looked at is the information and resource exchange network. So how did we do it? We did an ego network survey, which is we go to these households and ask every person, who are the 3 most influential persons involved in your Sweden system? And then we ask why and who are the most important people with whom you most frequently exchange information and benefits. And we also ask a little bit what types of information and benefits were exchanged. We also added to this the key informant interviews, and we had workshops to discuss the results. So the results are in Vietnam that, of course, there's the formal governance structure in which government plays a distinctive role from the province, district, and commune. And Vietnam is a really highly centralized country in which the party is still a one-party centralized state. So the main actors, even in local government, are the People's Committee, which is the tiers as structured by the party. But under that, there's the village head and the village government. One organization which plays a big role in Vietnam although it's not really compulsory anymore and its function has already changed with the time, is the mass organizations. And most people will belong to a mass organization. It is either a farmers organization or a women's organization or some other kind, youth organization. But here they are lumped together as mass organization. Then there is the changing role from the party, because the mass organization used to be the extension of the party, the mouth of the party, but it has now is actually slowly changing to more or less like a civil society organization, although it still toes the party line. Actually, it's this one first. Okay, like I said, most people in these Sweden communities, of course, do Sweden, and most of them belong to mass organization. And this is just an illustration of the proportion of people belonging to both of them. Motivation, of course, there is mass organizations have still fulfill the functions of providing microloan and other benefits. We are not really talking to that. What we're interested in is looking at actors, and you can see here a whole host of actors, which is from official formal structures until other ethnic people and international NGOs. However, when we asked who is the most important person in your community, especially as related to Sweden, it shows that not these official, not the formal structures, but the informal governance linkages are the most important. And this is confirmed by where people get their information from. So rather than the village head, which is this number 48, they get their information from itinerant traders and shop owners. So it's the informal network which spreads information on Sweden, but it means information on new seeds, new techniques, and any other political aspect of life outside the village. So we can summarize this that in almost all innovations and information on market prices and opportunities for other jobs are brought in by outside traders in both of the villages where we work. And informal actors might indicate a governance vacuum, because although the importance of formal government stuff is recognized, it's not really that important. They are there and they should be there, but they are not the ones that provide the support that people need. So traders bringing market price might also be the door openers for large-scale drivers, because they encourage people to go into cash cropping, for example. But it is, they rely heavily on this. And simultaneously, government efforts on reforestation and reduced emission did not consider this diversity. So what does it mean for that? It means that we have to look at these informal networks, and that these informal networks have to be linked to the other networks that I mentioned before, up to the ASEAN Social Forestry Network. Thank you.
Okay, actually, we have just time for just one or two questions. If there is any question from the audience, Tui-san, not Tui-san, I'm sorry, Moira-san. Sorry. Okay, anyone? Okay, so please keep your question for the question and answering session, and we will then start the presentation by Dr. Mitsuru Osaki, who will tell us about Dr. Mitsuru Osaki of Hokkaido University. He will tell us about Japan and the International Peat Society.
Good afternoon. So my title is the more focusing the peatland and wetland as carbon water linkage ecosystems. So why because of we are organizing the Japan peatland societies, and so this topic is one part of this Japan peatland societies. And this society they established 2 years before, just quite new societies, and together with Hokkaido University and Kyoto University, which is the main core members, and including some other university members. And so we want to develop the collaboration or make a network because of the small the societies. We need to help your side. And so before this, the Hokkaido University doing several the studies of the ecology and the environment, and so why is the Global Land Project? As you know, we invited just the nodal office in the Sapporo Hokkaido universities, and all the topic, the focusing point is vulnerability, resilience, and sustainability for the systems, and which was established in 2006. Maybe coming soon 10 years. And so through this activities, so we are very keen interest about resilience and the vulnerability in ecosystem or in global systems. And so, for example, the before 100 years ago, so maybe not something the natural capital is not so destroyed and destruct. And so we thinking this is the more the natural capital, the conserved, and we think which is unit one. And so at the time maybe so the food production also something one. And after the 100 years, we developed the land and produced the food, maybe like twice. And so then, so natural capital is decreasing because of the developing land and use of huge chemicals and so on. And also the food production is increasing and using a modern technology. But we are thinking of the vulnerability and resilience balance. Maybe so this the technology the increasing the vulnerabilities and decreasing the resilience. And so next century or this century, so we must think or how to do the system, the increasing the resilience, and so decreasing the vulnerabilities, and still keep the food production too, and how to increasing the natural capitals. So this is the big questions, the big trials, and so then so you know we are very suffering climate changing, and how to mitigate adaptations, and then so how to establish this kind of the earth sustainability. So this is something whole structure of our thinking. Also to access the whole systems, so we are the key interest in environmental resources, and one is the soil, and another is waters, and you know the airs, and so already so there are a lot of the international activities, and you know the IPCC, the more caring about the climate change. And also the new intergovernment the association established by FAO, which called the Global Soil Partnership, mostly to focus on the soil issues. And you know in the waters, so the large NGO supported by the water issue as the World Water Forums. And so in the ecological systems, and some of the IGBP or BONE, the Bio-Observation Network, and more focusing the societies and IHDP, International Human Dimension Program also. So already, so we have a lot of the network or association, and how to access the total system using this the kind of the international organization. And more focus on the food resources. And so again, the soil and waters and airs. And so again, for the soils, global soil partnership, and for the waters, the World Water Forums. And for the food resources, maybe you know the FAO and the CGL support. And so the access to the food resources, and so we must contact or connect it with this kind of the big the institute or the organization. And so then so we develop more the international standard activities. And so, for example, the thinking about the vulnerability, the resilience in large-scale ecosystems. This is the Kalimantan, and you see here is a lot of the peatland, tropical peatland in central Kalimantan and the west, and also still remain the large forestry, which is called as Heart of Borneo. And in the mountainside, so you see the huge precipitations here, and still remain the forestry. Then so the water is stocked in the mountain areas. Then so we call the water stock or water towers, and also the large amount of biomass here. So carbon also stocked in this Heart of Borneo. And so in central Kalimantan, especially the large area covered by the peatland. And you know the peatland is the one key ecosystem of the water and carbon. And so the two big water carbon balance system exists in the Kalimantan. And if the develop the Heart of Borneo, maybe so water stock is decreasing and carbon stock also decreasing. Then so maybe so water the balance is affected to peatland. Then so for example, this still now the vulnerability and the resilience is something medium, but if destroy the Heart of Borneo, which is affected seriously, then so the vulnerability is increasing and resilience is decreasing. So we just only thinking of the peatland, how to maintain the peatland, but just if we are thinking large scales, and so this also the upstream greatly affected to the peatland. And so we should propose, or we must think about carefully the total systems, not small areas in this case. For example, we are monitoring the river water levels. And so this is Kahayan and the big rivers. And here is the Sebangu, the small rivers. And so the Kahayan is connected to the Heart of Borneo. And so now we understand in this area the degraded by year by, and so because of the deforestation, and so we found the large fluctuation of the water levels because of the water holding capacity is decreasing in the Heart of Borneo. So we started the time this peatland from the 1997, and why the JSPS Core University project for 10 years, and the JST JICA project we call Tropics. this is 5 years, and still we follow up some project. And so this is the peatland areas. And so in Parankarayas and large areas covered with the peat. And as you know, this area was developed for the mechanized project. And so dotted line showing the drainage. And so these areas become to the dry. And still the undrained forestries, like natural forestries. And so we monitoring a lot of the items in these locations. And so various study topic, the GHG flags, fire detection, water table monitoring, peatland ecology, the soluble carbon monitoring, and the peatland subsidence monitoring. So huge the data that we collected during the 10 years or 15 years. And so, okay, this is the view. And so this is the Tropics project. And we collaborate the large number of the institute of the Indonesia, also including many university in Japan. And so this is one result. We presented this result in the Copenhagen COP15. And so here is a CO2 emission from the fires, and this is a CO2 emission by degradation by microorganisms. And this is a huge number of the carbon emitted from this mechanized project areas. And so we estimate 13% of the total carbon emission from the base Japan in the 1990s. So in the Kyoto Protocol, we Japanese government agreed to reduce CO2 6% based on the 1990s, and only these areas, twice of the CO2 emission that we agreed to reduce. So huge number of the CO2 emitted in these areas. And so in the Copenhagen, the COP15, which is strongly promoted, asked to promote, and so which we call the Copenhagen Accord, and promote the RED Plus, and to estimate the RED Plus, so MRB is something key. And in this Copenhagen Accord, so MRB asked to promote, and so including the system for monitoring and sensing in measuring. Then so we try to estimate the carbon stock and flux. They're using MRB systems. And so normally, you know that already we have collected the large number of the ground truth data, the monitoring data, and how to binding the monitoring data with the satellite. And so we separated the CO2 factors. For example, CO2 emission, wildfires, and forest degradation, deforestation, or several, and including the peat depth, substance, water soluble, or so on. Then, so this parameter, how to estimate using the satellite, binding with the ground truth data, the modeling. And this is one result. We estimate the peat depth. The mapping using the satellite data because of the very difficult to estimate peat depths using satellite. But we have a lot of the monitoring data, and we found, for example, the deep peat is showing the small the changing of the water ground, and so the shallow peat, the groundwater level is drastically changing, and so the plant also responds to this kind of fluctuations. We call the phenology. So we check out the plant phenologies. Then so we estimated the peat depth. So big change of the plant phenology, showing the shallow peat. the small the change of the technologies, so showing the DP. Then so we can success to classify the peat depths. And so we already know the carbon densities of the peat, then so calculate the carbon the stock in the peat. And some other methodologies, so we have a long-term monitoring of the groundwater tables. And so we put something algorithms using the satellite data. And so this is the modeling. And so the fitting is very nice. Then so now we can estimate the groundwater levels using satellite data. And something like this, so the several results, and so this is one method to estimate the carbon water balance. And so water level is decreasing in, for example, in the red areas, and this is the strongly developed areas. And so you know the water level is decreasing, then so the carbon emission is increased by fires, and the carbon loss, the slow water is increasing, or also carbon emission by micro increasing. And we can also make a map, the CO2 emission or fire, the frequency or so on. Another group, the Minister of NIST, the National Institute of Environmental Science, and they operated this GOSA, which is estimate the atmosphere CO2 concentration, and this group also joined in, and another the NIST group developing the visit model using the plant physiological functions, and they success something the model in the global scale. But this model we apply to or compared to our result quite different in the peatland, because of this model mainly focus mineral salts. And so now we are collaborate together and improving the visit model using our result also. So through this long-term the peatland studies, and we decide to form the Japan peatland societies, and together with mainly the Hokkaido University and the Kyoto Universities, because of both universities have a long-term experience in the tropical peatland. And so the Professor Ono, he passed away, but he's a very strong leader to establish the Japan peatland societies. And if he not promote, maybe difficult to form this Japan peatland societies. We are very appreciate and make a good network in Japan. I'm here, and Jack Riley, he's an International Peat Society Vice President, and Bambam Setiadi, he's a previous Indonesian peatland society. So the Japan peatland, the society is something. One member of the international now registered as international peat societies, and so we developing the activities in the global scales. This IPS established in 1968, so the 1,000 the members, and so 43 countries. So this is not so big, but very keen. They have the keen target for the peatland. And so we also contribute to IPCC, and so this is 2013 supplement to the 2006 IPCC guidelines. So I'm here, and another Indonesian from the Indonesia, and so many members contributed to IPCC the guidelines, and also we contribute to some the discussion for the futures, the strategy, UNFCCC, especially Substa. So here we are discussing the carbon source, sink, and the reservoirs in ecosystems. And what is the reservoirs? So now, so the UNFCCC have a key interest about the ecosystem with high carbon reservoirs. Or they say the high carbon reservoir ecosystems. What is a high carbon reservoir ecosystem? The number one is a peatland, wetland. The second one is a coastal ecosystem, including mangrove, the coral, and seagrass. And third one is a permafrost. And so our peatland, the societies, very closely to relate to these three topics. Then so what to say, the Central Kalimantan, we are thinking here is a milestone areas for research or for estimation of the carbon in the wetland, peatland. Because of the here, our Hokkaido University and also the EU, so many EU institutes, the studies and the KLCP, the project developed by Australia, and another, the Mitsubishi Research Institute, the long-term study here, and WWF also have the plot here, and they are trying to the blocking canals, and some another Marvin studying resource is in Katinga, and so Katinga now registered as what they say peatland restoration areas, which is almost the meaning is almost the same to the REDD project area. Also supported this, and so several institutes also studying here. So we are thinking or proposed here is a milestone area for research of peatland in the global scales. And so we do the still continues the several work, and so why we extended to peatland to wetland, and this is a mapping of the major river deltas, and we have pick up the 15 major deltas, and we have supplied 75% the located tropical and subtropicals. And so delta issue is, the soil fertility is very high, and so high production, and then so high population. And so human impact is great. And also in this area, the very affected climate change, and the sea level is increasing. And so we are thinking tropical areas. What is the key? And so why is this kind of the deltas? And so the common evidence or they exist in the delta management or how to destroy it or so on. And so we try to extend the peatland research to this kind of delta or wetland in the global scales, and we try to establish this kind of network. And so for this, maybe time is shorting, we propose the technology, how to estimate these ecosystems, and we are developing the hyperspectral sensors. So this is great. So now the Landsat 8 very excellent the satellite sensing, but only the 10 band. But if they apply the hyper sensors, and this is a 118, and also we developing some another areas. And so this is what they say. We Hokkaido University group developing the digit crystal tunable the system for the hyper sensors. Very small, and so now in the past mechanically changing the filters, and so which is my time. but now, so this is a liquid crystals, and so they become too small, only 3 kilogram, and so maybe this is we applied this technology, the UAV. Before that, so almost impossible to apply this technology UAV, and we success to find the 3 species identified. This the spot is only the 3 meters in tropical, so we can identify the big trees, each of them. This is the new technology, and so already this sensor launched in the satellite. So we go rising to now testing, and so very high resolution. And so if apply this hypersensors, so we can identify the forest degradation and the biomass mapping also easy, and water, deep water potential, we can make a mapping, and dissolve organic carbon also we can estimate, and growth stages of the rice mapping also success, and the crop yield mapping also success, and disease the identified mapping is also the success. So if you use this kind of the hypersensors, so we can access to what they say biodiversity, especially the trees, and also the agronomy the studies. And so we try to make something the satellite network, and so we now discussing this technology to want to do the futures. Because of the Japan, the task there is a capacity building, and so we try to put this new what to say sensing technology as a capacity building, and also the GLP is a core program features. So we try to make a network for wetland or deltas, and using this kind of the new hyper spectral sensors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now heard about the high tech, and but I think many different kind of networks, many different kind of skills and ideas. I guess we will hold that question till the panel discussion. So, okay, our next speaker is Dr. Jack Putz from the University of Florida. Oh, sorry, I opened the wrong file. That's this one. Okay, Jack.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm going to do something different than most of the other speakers. I'm going to go back to the theme of the conference, which is networking for sustainable future of the forest, and ask more questions than I provide answers, because I'm afraid that the world in which I work, which is in managed forest, is far behind what is happening in basic ecology in primary forests, even though managed forests or mismanaged forests greatly exceed primary forest in their extent, as we've heard. So I'm going to talk about how tropical forestry might be advanced by networking, and some efforts that are underway to do just that. And for the purposes of saving tropical forests, I'm a forester, but my goal is to maintain forests, not to maximize production or timber yields. I do some of that because when it helps to maintain those forests, and to increase human well-being as well, because we're understanding more and more that the kind of work that I was trained to do in ecology is not sufficient to address the problems facing sustainable future of the tropics. So I'm going to try and broaden that out, but I'm going to start with data sharing, because it seems fairly fundamental to what we're talking about. So I also need to admit that there's some pretty weak assumptions on which my talk is based. And one is that the principal problems are ecological or silvicultural. And I know that's not quite true, but bear with me as far as you will. And growing out of that assumption is that leadership in sustainability science and tropical forestry should be by ecologists and silviculturalists, like many of us. And that's really not a very good assumption. Yes, we want to include the economists and the sociologists and the political scientists, but maybe they should be leading this initiative and not ecologists. But until they step forward to do that, maybe we have to provide that service. Another weak assumption is that we recognize that the problems that we're facing are landscape level problems, and the solutions are going to be landscape level problems. I tend to think at the stand level, how can I maximize the growth of these commercial species through liberating them from lianas or by scarifying the soil to promote regeneration. But what I should be thinking about is what's happening at the landscape level. What are we doing in different stands and different management units in the oil palm plantations, in the fastwood forestry plantations, in the social forests, in the concession forests, and so forth. So, but I'm talking about plot level data, as many of you did, and many of us work on plots, and that may not be the right place to, certainly not the right place to end this conversation, but that's where we are. And another assumption that feeds the first part of my talk is that there are a lot of data out there. There are a lot of plots that have been established. Forestry departments around the tropics have been setting up permanent sample plots forever. And the data from those plots has been unavailable for lots of different reasons that I'll discuss a little bit. But the assumption that the data are there and they just need to be exhumed or mined or published is probably not a very strong assumption, but again, bear with me. So a lot of this is based on a paper that Ruslandi, who's an Indonesian, and this paper had an Indonesian, a Guyanese, a Brazilian. It was just a really interesting group of people, and published a paper in International Forestry Review that was called Beyond Data Sharing. And we based that on a concept that serves as a foundation for what I'm going to be talking about. So I'll just run through it quickly. One is that we have owners or establishers of permanent sample plots, forest regulatory agencies in many tropical countries. And what we want is to feed information from these plots to sustainable forest management in some iterative process. And the data, the information from those plots could be analyzed by in-house forestry researchers. The results could be disseminated, and we could have research-informed policies that would then lead to sustainable forest management and more research and so forth. But there's some other options that want to consider. One is that we could, the owners of those data, or the countries in which those data reside, or the organizations in which those data sit in filing cabinets collecting dust or on 5.5-inch floppy disks or whatever form they're in, could provide those data to these increasing number of data analysts out there who are hungry for data. They could send the data to those extratropical researchers who would do the analysis and disseminate the results. That's one option, but that's not the preferred option as far as we're concerned. The other one would be through these equitable data sharing agreements, in which there'd be substantial capacity building by these often extratropical researchers who bring with them the analytical skills, the computer skills, and so forth, to aid in the analysis of the data and the dissemination of results. So let me go through that in a little bit more detail. But I first need to, I'm preaching to the choir here. We recognize many advantages of data sharing. One is that those data in particular that are sitting in cabinets get analyzed, and the results of that research can inform policies. And as a result of data sharing, science advances very quickly. The Human Genome Project was 3 years ahead of schedule because of their data sharing policy. When you sequenced a part of the human genome, your data had to be uploaded that day and checked and made available to the whole team. And as a result of that data sharing, the rate of progress was ahead of schedule. Who would ever heard of that? So we can see that advantage. There's the advantage of if the data are made available, those data can be reanalyzed. And that's good. Scientists make mistakes, or there are new ways of looking at data that need to be considered, but only if the data are available. Meta-analyses are possible when data sets from different sites that have been subjected to slightly different conditions to look at the emergence of general patterns or the lack of emergence of those patterns. So data sharing allows meta-analyses. You can get credit for authorship if you share data, certainly, and there are many opportunities to build research capacity if you share data, in-country research capacity. And finally, increasingly, if you get funding from national agencies, or if you want to publish in high-profile journals, a requirement is that you share the data. So there are a lot of people who are facing this conundrum of trying to publish a paper based on data to which they don't have the freedom to make available. But why would that happen, since there are all these advantages of data sharing? Well, it doesn't happen in tropical forestry, or it hasn't happened until recently, and then only to a very limited extent. And that's holding back tropical forestry, I believe, in a very substantial way. But we have to admit, or people feel, that there are disadvantages of data sharing. One that you hear mentioned by the hoarders of data is that, well, if you give out your data, you lose control of it. And that's not, a lot of people don't want to see that happen. You've been sweating and bleeding, collecting data on tree growth rates, and somebody writes you from some air-conditioned office where they have a big computer and says, send us your data. And they get the credit for your sweat, blood, and tears out there collecting information in the fields, often for years. And that's a little bit unsettling. And gosh, if you work for the Guyana Forestry Commission, being the 17th author on a paper with 35 authors doesn't do you any good whatsoever. There are no advantages of being an author in many institutions. And wow, if the results of that analysis contradict policies that your government has supported, all of a sudden this is a source of embarrassment. And you could lose your job for pointing out that, wow, the cutting limits that the government has set are 3 times what is sustainable in terms of yield. That might not be good for your career in a lot of places. The new analyses may really call into question the results of the first analyses, maybe because of changes in perspective, but we often, not some of us, some of you make mistakes. I have as well. In 1967, I remember there was one mistake I made. And one of the problems with this data sharing is that if you don't build in-country capacity, when a new issue comes up, you have to send the data out again for the analyses. It has to be outsourced, and that's not healthy. That's not very effective. And one of the frustrations of scientists, forest scientists in developing countries is that, wow, we're not getting to set the research agenda. That's being set somewhere else, and so we're not going to participate. We're not going to share those data. And all of these are understandable, but they're frustrating if science is going to advance. And then you have this question, the basic question of who owns the data. And that's one for which there are many possible answers. Maybe the people who collected the data, or the organizations that funded that data collection and the storage and handling of those data. Or maybe host country nationals have rights to the data that outsiders do not, and that needs to be considered. Or maybe the people who have the analytical capacity and the funds have rights to those data, because they're the ones who are going to get that information out that might inform policy. And maybe it should be the data should be available to anyone everywhere for any purpose. If you're funded by the government and you're collecting data on government land, it seems like and that's taxpayer money, seems like the taxpayers should have access to that. And there's logic to all of those, certainly. And there's also a continuum of data sharing possibilities. One is that you could share all the data completely with all the metadata so that anyone could go to your data set and reanalyze it in the same way that you said you did to see if they came up with the same answer, or in a slightly different way, or in a more informed way. But all of the information would be available then. Or you could just share synthetic data, averages, means, trend lines, or something like that with the metadata. Or you could share all of the data, but with a specific contractual agreement with a particular person for a particular purpose over a particular time span. You have access to these data for this purpose for 2 years. If you haven't published it by then, we get the data back. That's another possibility. Or you could share the analytical protocols, like in a network, and say, okay, you keep your data and you keep your data, but we're going to use the same method to analyze those data so that the results can be compared. And that is the approach that's used by this newest of networks, the Tropical Managed Forest Observatory. It's a large group of over 75 researchers, tropical forestry researchers who have data from plots that have been subjected to various silvicultural treatments. Mostly at this point, just logging, but some of them have other kinds of treatments, liberation treatments and treatments to enhance regeneration and so forth. It's a very dynamic group. They have sessions in which the group comes together to learn how to process data, to learn analytical techniques, but they don't share the data. They come to the session with their data. They go away with the analytical tools, with the codes for doing the analysis, and that's working to a limited extent, but working in some exciting ways. This is one of the most recent results of a network of plots that's in the Amazon or in South America, and the principal finding here was that the recovery time of above ground carbon stocks in years is directly related to the amount of above ground carbon stock that was removed. Okay, well that's pretty logical, that if you take out 50% of the biomass, it's going to take more time to recover than if you only take out 1% or 10%. But this takes into account the fact that logging intensities vary tremendously around the tropics. It's all called selective logging, but sometimes it's very selective. And this includes collateral damage. So some places are using conventional logging practices where there's a lot of collateral damage and a lot of carbon loss, and other places are using reduced impact logging methods that retain more carbon in living trees. But what's remarkable about this finding is that this relationship is explained predominantly by the amount of carbon stock that's lost, the percentage of the carbon stock that's lost. Soil factors like soil bulk density don't matter very much. Cation exchange capacity, seasonality, clay content, rainfall. Wait a second. We know that across the Amazon, there are gradients in forest turnover rates, there are gradients in soil fertility, there are gradients in biomass. How is it that none of that shows up in this relationship. Well, I'd answer that question, but I don't have time in this presentation. Actually, I don't have the slightest idea. This is a real mystery that remains to be solved. That paper's coming out in Current Biology, so it will be there, and the data. No, the summary data will be available, but you won't be able to go back to the individual tree records. Okay, so, but I think we need to go beyond, way beyond this data sharing, because we can solve some problems, answer some questions about the effects of logging. Maybe we can answer some questions about the effects of other silvicultural treatments, but we're not answering questions that are real world questions. Those are the questions that people like me are real interested in. But the loggers with which we work are asking questions about the financial benefits of doing this silvicultural treatment. And the countries are asking questions about what are the yields going to be like in 20 or 30 years, and can we keep our industry going, and how many jobs are provided, and the workers are asking questions about, yeah, this technique is great, but it's really dangerous, and we don't like it, and we have to spend so much time out in the forest that we have to spend half our time hunting, and all biodiversity impacts, and we have to consider those as well. None of that is being incorporated yet and needs to be. So yeah, there are many data sets that need to be resurrected, exhumed, or whatever, and made available, but the quality of the data that we're seeing is pretty low. You know, there was a lot of variation in how those plots were established, and so forth, and they were set up for the purpose of monitoring growth and yield, not for addressing any of these other very relevant questions. They're not sufficient to address the broader challenges. And I wonder why there's these deficits and why the data are the plots are small, they haven't been measured very effectively, a lot of them have been abandoned for long periods of time. Why is it that tropical ecology is booming ahead with thousands of hectares being monitored and millions of trees and data uploaded and really wonderful science being done? Why is that? Well, I mean, they're new standards. The plots that we're real interested in were established in the 70s or the 50s or the 20s, and we have new ideas about how big plots should be and how much they should be replicated. We have new analytical approaches. We all analyze data using R, for example, or get our graduate students to analyze the data using R for those of us who are too lazy to give up on the statistics that we fought so hard to learn. There are new data needs, as I said, that much more interdisciplinary kinds of information. And I think we really need to go way beyond plots in order to answer these questions about sustainable forests and sustainable future of the tropics. But I really need to ask this question of why is tropical forestry in the 1950s or 60s, and I'm one of them, so I'm criticizing myself in this regard. Tropical ecology is booming in comparison. Well, maybe it's because there's basic scientists asking questions about why are there so many species in the tropics just get more money than we do, asking real world questions about how can we manage forests for multiple objectives. Well, yeah, there's a lot of money for applied science. A lot of it is tied to industry, and industry has its own concerns, which may not be the same as societal concerns, like human welfare and biodiversity and water and so forth. They're concerned about other things. Working with industry is challenging because a lot of the information is proprietary. You may say that, well, we have a grant from the National Science Foundation. That means that the data have to be made available to the public. Well, the company on whose land you're working says, no way, you're not doing that here. We need this to hold this information in-house for commercial purposes. And that can be off-putting, to be sure. And when you do applied science, you're trying to solve a problem. how do we regenerate this species? If you get caught up and you see a new species of tree and you describe it and you discover a new pollination mechanism that involves sun bears in commensal operations with some bacteria that also has never been described, you haven't done your work. Your work was to regenerate that species, and you got off on a tangent, which may be a cover picture on science, but it's not your job. So applied has some constraints. And I think ecology attracts better scientists. And this is really not going to win me any friends in the forestry community, but I think it is. I mean, forestry is a trade. It's half trade anyway, and it's an old boy network. They're card-carrying foresters, and they're exclusive. They don't like it when ecologists come in with their silly ideas about multiple stable states or whatever, and it's still paramilitary in many places, which is off-putting for a lot of people. And to be a forestry scientist, to be an applied scientist, you must be interdisciplinary, because it doesn't make any sense to solve a little silvicultural problem if it doesn't have an economic component to it. That doesn't work. So you have to be interdisciplinary, but in an academic environment, I don't know what it's like here in Japan, but in the US, it's still almost suicidal to be interdisciplinary early in your career, because you're in the biology department or you're in the ecology and systematics department, and that's what you're supposed to be doing, not hanging out with social scientists and economists and political scientists. No, you stick to your own and publish in your own journals. So what do we need to advance tropical forestry? I think we do need better plots, bigger plots, networks of plots with data sharing agreements, but to solve real world problems. And they need to be large enough that you can ask questions that are of interest to commercial organizations, forest management units. You can't do this research in 10-hectare plots, because that would mean that in Africa you'd only log 4 trees, and that's not enough of a sample size. Nor to ask questions about wide-ranging species. And then you have different kinds of owners. You have small holders, you have communities, you have big industries, you have government, you have large private landowners, and different ecologies. And they do need to be networked. But for this to happen, we need funding, lots of funding. And to get that funding, I think what we need is a high stature, charismatic, ambitious champion who doesn't accept the word no. Steve Hubble was one of those people. I mean, he got the 50-hectare plot funded on BCI, and just would not say no. And we need somebody like that, but with a very broad mandate, a vision that includes these other disciplines. And institutional support is needed. Where does this institution come from? Which of these? There are many others that could be considered. But we need an organization behind it that's going to support this operation. Silviculture needs to be more than just trees and forests. Plots need to be more than just areas on the ground. They need to be landscapes. And we need to design interventions in ways that will facilitate impact evaluation. And foremost, we need a new generation of scientists who are interested in the broad real-world questions that are facing tropical forests and sustainability in the tropics. And this is one that I have to offer. This is my new grandson, who's obviously on the road to becoming a scientist, because this picture shows him discovering toads. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Jack. I think we started with basic science forest network to manage forest network as topic. Now I think it's time for us to take a little break, come back in 10 minutes. I know it's going to squeeze the panel discussion a little bit, but see you in 10 minutes back here for a panel discussion. Thank you.
anything?
share microphone and answer questions from the audience. There should be 2 or 3 microphones that move around the audience. So, and Jack, could you please come sit facing the audience too? Okay, there are 2 students, actually, I have 2 students with microphones around. So when you would like to ask a question to panelists or speakers, please raise hand. But we do have 3.
Thank you.
Okay, let me introduce 4 speakers. Professor Ryohei Kada, who is going to give a 5-minute presentation, and then Dr. Kono will give, and Dr. Sakai will give presentation, and I think Claudia, no, you will just speak to make comments. And so we'd like to hear perspective from 4 panelists, and maybe we understand their backgrounds as panelists. And then after that, I will be moderating for a question and answer.
Okay, shall I start now? Thank you very much. My name is Ryo Kada. I'm the only economist in this room, probably. My name is Ryo Kada. I'm currently teaching at Shizuoka University. I used to work at the Faculty of Art and Culture at Kyoto, and I had a big international project titled as Managing Environmental Risks, Food and Health Risks in Asian Watershed, which is completed last year. And based on that international research, I would like to make comments on those 6 papers, although I was not able to understand fully, but let me start. Now, today I'd like to make comments on two major things. One is transdisciplinary approach is very, very important to solve environmental issues and problem solving, maybe for sustainable networking as well. And secondly, economic incentives should be incorporated in the system, even in data gathering and analysis and policy making as well. That's the point. Let me skip because of lack of time. Now, in our previous research, we have been focused on ecological risks, environmental risks, which are caused by both natural disasters and also human impacts. Now, in Asian agriculture and forestry, there have been tremendous degradations taking place. Soil erosion, water pollution, salinity, desertification, as you know. Now, natural disasters has increased, and more frequent flooding and human health impacts have been enormous based on that. So we have conducted researches in the Philippines and also one in Sumatra, Indonesia. We will be picking up, very, very briefly about it. The major hypothesis is how ecological changes are impacting on food security. Food security and human health as well. Now, we have tried, because of time, let me concisely making a explanation of in ecological learning processes in the field. I think community-based participatory approach is very, very important. And we need to get information from the local people and from the stakeholders as well. That's the point. And that's why we have tried to establish a platform for social and community-oriented actions. And that has been very successful. And the role of researchers have to be reconsidered as well. Now, early warning and risk communication systems have been created, laid down, sorry. Okay. Now, in the participatory and community-based, you can make an imagine on like this. We have been learning from the community people with workshops and discussions, and they are providing us very, very important information. And at some point and forward, we have asked the local people, fishermen, and forestry and agriculture people to take the data for ourselves. And that has been very fruitful to have a very in-depth discussions with the local people later on for probably utilizing a biosignals of ecological risk and mapping systems. What we have done is like this. And where pollution takes place, where fish kill take place, and what new challenges are making. Okay. Now, so consultation, coordination, scientific and social acceptance, policy formulation, and repeating again of those things have been conducted by transdisciplinary approaches. All those six previous speakers mentioned interdisciplinary approach, holistic approach is very important. In addition, I like to emphasize transdisciplinary approach will be very viable and efficient because more effective information can be obtained by incorporating stakeholders who have knowledges in the field, but knowledges related to environmental issues based on their own experiences. They have wisdoms and knowledges in the past as well. Okay, that's the point. Now, and one of the outcomes we are now doing is PES, Payment for Ecosystem Services. That could be a alternative policy design. It's an economic incentives which will be given to the upstream people. We know forestry, for example, can provide, if it were preserved in good condition, they can provide very good ecosystem services to downstream people or even to the world. Okay, so they are benefited by their efforts. Then payment could be possibly made, and so upstream landowners provide ecosystem benefits. In return, downstream communities or people can provide payment to support upstream environmentally. So this kind of economic networking, economic relationship could be created from now on. World Bank and many international agencies have very strong interest in this. And we are now trying to make a social experiment in Sumatra coffee plantation by certification cases, coffee plantation cases. And utilizing economic analysis, supply and demand for PES can be analyzed like this. Then WTP, willingness to pay for such maintenance of good environments could be measured by interviews and questionnaire surveys. And this has shown very interesting results on that. And finally, what we have been doing in Japan to help mountainous people, forestry and agricultural zones can be with the help by city folks. So local areas can be relieved and saved by such relationship and interrelations. This is an outcome of our research. Food and health securities can be maintained by good environment. And in the center, economic mechanism for better livelihood of the people should be located. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for comment. And thank you very much for bringing forward the idea of transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. And I think, Robin and Moira and to some extent Professor Osaki also thought about this importance of social ecological system. Anyone have quick question along this before we go to next panelist comment? So, okay, you can hold it for later. The second panelist comment will come from Dr. Kono. Dr. Yasuki Kono is currently the director of the Center for East Asian Studies at Kyoto University.
Thank you very much. Kono, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, Kyoto University. My background is irrigation engineering. And as Jack said that at the end of your presentation, modern forestry scientists must be interdisciplinary, not only forestry science, but also engineering, economics, and political science, sociology. Yes, I'm something like that. My now I don't know what is my background, but anyway, after listening 6 presentations, I'd like to make comments on types of research coordination network. So far, through the presentations, I found 2 types of research coordination network. I call here type A, guild, type B, solution seeking. I don't know whether this terminology is suitable or not. But what is guild type? Type A, network among researchers with same or similar disciplinary background. And it's kind of the first Stuart reported about the global forestry observatory. I think it is one of the typical type A network, similar or same interdisciplinary background, and the goal of the network is to through the fact finding and deep understanding for the development of the discipline, and the better methodology, standardized method, comparable result from different locations, and collective analysis. And I think this network is, of course, most conventional, but scientifically strongest, and we can expect a good result. And particularly for young scholars to join such kind of network is a good training, I think. So this is, I think this is quite important type of networking. Second type, type B, it's a solution seeking. Through today's presentations, I found that Robin's partner, Hajamidina's Tropical Biology Association, Capacity Building Tropical Biology Association, Moira ASEAN Social Forestry Network, and JAC Network for Long-Term Large-Scale Silviculture Research Plot. All are, I think, this type of network. All network has some problem, existing problem. That is the given conditions for forming this network. And in order to find out the solutions to such problems, they form the network. So problem comes first, and network follows. And in this type of network, most cases, we need researchers with different disciplinary background. We need some, including, it's not only natural science, but also sometimes we need social sciences or humanities. And the major mechanism of this network seems to be, this is what I got from today's symposium, workshop, communication among researchers, educators, and policy makers, linkage of relevant organizations. This seems to be major the mechanism or to promote networks. It's quite different from type A. And this mechanism sometimes works well, but sometimes it doesn't work. So in that sense, scientifically, it is not so strong compared to type A. But as most of the existing network is this type, that suggests that this kind of network are the big socially quite needed. I found these two types of network today, and it's okay. But I'd like to propose one more type, another type of network. Here I call agenda setting. And again, I'm not sure whether this technology is suitable or not. My idea behind proposing another type of network is that our topic is sustainable future of the tropics. We all know that the tropical geosphere and biosphere, or tropical ecosystem, tropical climate system, water system, has much higher complexity than that of the temperate zone. And there's in our scientific knowledge on tropical biosphere, geosphere, much less than that of temperate zone. And about the society, the development path of tropical societies are quite different from those on the Western society, like Japanese society. And the third point is another important point. But at present, it is my idea, but the global center, international center of population, economy are shifting from the temperate zone to the tropics. So we are confronting much more complex natural system. But our science is quite weak on that nature. And about the understanding of society also not so enough. But now, huge amount of money, huge amount of labor, huge amount of information are concentrated in the tropics. And what we should do? That is our question when we think about sustainable future of the tropics. It's quite new challenge for us. And then research coordination. Yes, we have type A coordinations. It's a kind of like forest, like water, vegetation, biodiversity, and whatever. And using outcome of these networks, we are doing with type B coordinations. It's a solution seeking. It's okay. But are these combinations enough when we consider about the sustainable future of tropics? We may need something above cover the whole actions, research coordination. And that is what I call type C, or agenda setting type. So, sustainable future of the tropics. What is that? Do we share it even among us? I'm not sure. We didn't discuss anything about it. What is sustainable future? Somebody may think that if we can conserve the existing forest, it is sustainable future. But it may be one aspect, but it's not all. We have to consider many things. So we have to share, or it's better to share a kind of common years or prerequisite to sustainable future of the tropics. And then we can break it down to kind of research agenda. And so so far we not this kind of endeavor yet. But for research network for this kind of issues, we may need much wider interdisciplinary team. I don't know. But Osaki Sensei's presentation mentioned about Global Soil Partnership, World Water Forum, or IPCC, blah, blah, blah. This may be this kind of challenges. And also, and the future Earth also. And ourselves also initiated one research project or research networking to deal with this kind of agenda setting. We call it sustainable food, human sphere studies. 時間ないですね。
はい、お願いします。
そうそう。I don't mention about it, but anyway, so, well, anyway, environmental society. すいません。I'm sorry. Yeah, I can talk it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, trying to synthesize, and that's wonderful. And so, one more presentation-based commentary from Dr. Shoko Sakai. Today we have learned a lot about different networks. They are different in the purpose or size or the strengths of links. But I feel that by making a network of these networks, we can facilitate or promote their activities. So I would like to add one more network. I would like to use this opportunity to briefly introduce a network called DUPA. DUPA is a regional network of Tiberistas. Tiberistas is a global network for biodiversity science, and DUPA is Tiberistas in the Western Pacific and Asia. And at the moment, we have now 500 members from about 44 countries, regions. And this network activities of DEPA includes publication of newsletters and website, and establish a database for biodiversity, and sometimes we organize field biology course or international symposium, etc. And DUPA is based at the Center for Ecological Research, Kyoto University, to which I belong to. The office of our center is located at Ozu, Shiga Prefecture, about 1 hour. It takes about 1 hour from here. Our group has about 10 faculty members. So compared with other research centers and departments of Kyoto University, we are a very small group, but we have 5 divisions, including tropical ecology. So if you are interested in DUPA, we have websites, so please visit the website to get more information. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shoko-san. And Claudia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for having me as a panelist. It was really very interesting to listen to all these presentations today, because I think that, to me, it brought back the fact that the question regarding sustainability of the tropics, the future of tropical forests, has changed. And it's not because we have solved actually anything. It's because the initial questions remain relevant. We just have evolved, I think we have changed as a scientific community and as a practitioner community around the challenges around tropical forests. First, we were more interested in the dynamics and the coexistence of different species and why do we have all this diversity. And although we might not have answers to most of these questions, we changed the question. We changed the question to perhaps look at what Robin presented on her talk on the network that is trying to look at what are the patterns of reforestation and forest recovery. And then that question that is hopefully we're going to try to understand through the work of their network is of course not resolved, but then others brought like more that social dimension and how these knowledge transfer networks and this co-generation of knowledge can inform that bigger picture of the sustainability of tropical forestry. So today we heard about networks that link people interested in answering questions on forest dynamics, on reforestation and forest recovery, on capacity building with the example of TBA, on social forestry and how finding mechanisms to mainstream the social forestry into policy and research into peatlands, for example. So we learn how these different networks have operated, why the term collaboration means. It's not only collaboration among different people and institutions, but also people with different perspectives, people with different not only disciplines, but perhaps cultures, people with different geographies from Vietnam or Laos or whatever these plots or research or activities are located. And this term collaboration is really important because it requires not only that a sense of purpose, a clarity on the questions is defined beforehand so that we people collaborate with knowing for what are we doing this together, but also the need to develop a working language. And I think that this is something that we need to stress because if we don't do it, then others are going to do it for us. Just think about what FAO, with all my due respect to FAO representatives here or anywhere, about what FAO defines as forests. With that definition of forest, an old palm plantation is a forest, and perhaps it can be differentiated in a satellite image. But if we don't do a little bit more clear work in the definition and the working language, then we're going to lose. We're not moving ahead as a knowledge network. So it's really important to work on this language and definitions. And something that really I found really striking is that some of the networks, not everybody has to do the same thing. And not everybody has to keep the same question or interest. It was really revealing that in the network that Moira presented, there is a diversity of scopes, a diversity of roles. Not everybody is chasing money or doing synthesis and doing research. They're all sharing different missions. And I think this is important, that individuals and institutions maintain the scope and their individuality so that they build the strength of the network by bringing all these different values and perspectives. I think that thinking about sustainability in the future of the tropics, we need to understand how, and this might be related with a very inspiring presentation on Professor Kano on the agenda setting and how we understand the evolution of these different questions, is that trying to decompose sustainability of the future of tropical forests is really important because the forests are more than trees, and we all know that. The forests are more than processes and ecosystem services and people and culture and histories and policies and politics and economics. So once you try to look at the sustainability from that perspective, of course it's very complex and you might have to unpack it, but you need to be careful because in that unpacking you might simplify things, and simplifying things might sometimes be a very dangerous thing. You forget your assumptions and you get results, and then you communicate simple messages, and that's not always very conducive for good decision making. There are trade-offs. There are trade-offs of the win-win that we all want about increased resilience and reduced vulnerability is very elusive. And I'm thinking like in the case of the forest restoration, we might detect that the forest some forest has appeared in a particular place, but that might be the result of something that's not going right perhaps for people. Thinking in Colombia, for example, where I am from, many forests have been maintained because of social conflict and war. So, and forests have come back because people have been displaced due to violence, and they have been now in suburbs and cities or gone to other rural areas. So trying to go and dig into what are the mechanisms and these drivers. Wanting forests is a very good thing, but sometimes they have very bad consequences, or they're due to losses in social capital and institutional capital. So that's important, and something that we need to, that I find really striking from Maura's presentation, also in these kind of like surprises of social ecological system, relates to the unexpected flows of information in these informal networks. I mean, imagine the role that the traders might have in just transferring information, knowledge, and think about the cell phones, how they're being in Africa, for instance, they're so popular, and it's the means through which people, farmers, get information about market prices, and they get information about when to plant, and what to avoid, and what to do, and where to go. So making all these networks visible seems to be really important for good decision making. So I was also encouraged in the presentation of the colleague from Madagascar of the experience of TBA. It's really very nice to see that there are so many African new conservation practitioners and researchers that have been trained through this activity that remain connected. And remaining connected is perhaps the biggest challenge that any network has. Establishing a network is easy. We can all do one right now. But are we going to keep on working on something? That's what requires a lot of effort and focus. One thing that I would like to highlight, and perhaps it goes back to what Stuart was talking about when he presented all this uncertainty of the climate change models, and this is related to the fact that perhaps we need, as a community of practitioners and researchers interested in sustainability, we should be more comfortable in working under uncertainty than under certainty. Because actually we can obtain a lot more information about what's happening with climate, and we can get perhaps a little bit more insight about what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, it's already happening, and we shouldn't be waiting for more accuracy and sacrifice action until another model is going to tell us that really we have global warming already going on. If it's 2 degrees, 3.2, 8.5, who cares? We just need to get going. And I say this because normally we present information to policymakers in a simplified way without acknowledging that there is uncertainty related, and that's one of the reasons why perhaps they don't trust science all that much. And another assumption related to that lies in the fact that we tend to think in a very optimistic way about transfer of science results to policymakers. It's not a simple process, and it doesn't require many policy briefs. I have read a very interesting study done by a British think tank that works on evaluation, and they said that the impact of a policy brief is actually quite low. They did the evaluation of a policy brief. So we tend to trust that just by sending simple message in 2-page brochures is going to do the job. It's not going to do the job. So perhaps that relates to the importance of information transfer. As a scientists and practitioners, we need to really work a lot on that. It's not only telling the story, it's bringing them on board of the story before the story becomes the story. Getting them to generate the knowledge, to be part of the research, setting agendas. And finally, we're talking about sustainable future of the tropics. There's not much that we can do to make it happen, and I didn't hear about this too much except for last slide from Jack. We cannot build up on anything sustainable unless we learn from the past, and learning from policy failures is really important. We should be able to formalize this learning, and that's the evaluation of the impacts of policies, of actions. Is the only mechanism through which we're really going to be able to find the right mix of carrots and sticks of incentives and other mechanisms to make forests remain. With all its values, forests have physical values, social, economic, and policy values, and we should strive to make them all keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, for a nice synthetic comment. So I think we have rather limited time, but I would like to see this as a catalyst. Network is trying to catalyze good outcome. First, I really like Professor Connor's comments. So first, the Guild of Specialists sharing data. Data have power, as Jack said too. And from that, we want to solve solutions and then inform policymakers. I think Robin's network, the partner, seems to have that goal in mind too. So, audience has been quietly sitting, so anyone wants to have comments or questions. I'd like to give a little bit of, priority to audience this time, then come back to the panelists and speakers. We may answer your questions. Anyone?
So thank you very much. I'm quite enjoying the whole session. But my question focused to Jack. And I have been wondering about how to open data or get certification, because the many now, even Tropics more than million hectare forest certified by SFC or MDCC or some other schemes. It means there are some data set, and also in general, to get concession, the company make very detailed proposal. So where the commercial tree exists, how they will operate, and then the government give license. So that if this data become open and may become available, as you said, the forestry data will quite improve. But I don't know how to do it at this moment, no idea. And so I want to ask you, do you have any idea of that?
I'll start to try to answer the question. It relates to perhaps how through the certification process, information will become available. And certainly with the Forest Stewardship Council, one of the ideas was that there would be public documentation of the auditor's reports and so forth. But I'm going to pass the mic to Claudia because she runs a project on evaluation of the Forest Stewardship Council and natural impacts in natural forests in the tropics, and she can say something about her experience of getting that information. I know it hasn't been always so easy.
Yeah, thanks. Just very briefly, so we're trying to develop some understanding, just talking about this impact evaluation. Has really certification through FSC of natural forests had made a difference or not? And in collecting this data, trying to collect the data, I think the principal barrier is the reports are available. We have audit reports available, and we have them at the FSC website, and we have them at the certifying body website. But there's a lot of information that is kind of like in code and unavailable, and that is really important. And We may know how much volume is getting extracted, what is the annual plan of operations established, and annual cost and all that. But we don't know anything like on economics. We don't know about royalties paid. We don't know about taxes paid. We don't know about fixed cost of logging that determine also that economic pillar of the sustainability of the operation for the firm or for the company. And then when you get into labor issues, then it gets really harder. And that information is really considered confidential by the company. So we had to, for this project, we had to have some confidentiality agreement with the certifying bodies. So they give us some information that was not on the website. And with ASI to get information that was not on the accreditation website. And then as a researcher, well, you're constrained. You can still tell a story, but you don't have the whole story yet. So it's part of educating the partner in research and saying, you know what, company, this is an important question for you too. They know if they're making money or not. They know it really well. They don't need us to come and analyze their data. But what they need is to understand that this is a question that is integrated to other parts of what sustainability of forest management should be. So I'll be happy to talk more to you about it.
Okay, great. So maybe after the session, many of you can continue talking too. But any other types of questions to any speakers?
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation for all of you. I am an old tropical ecologist, very old, but I have joined many projects, network projects. The first IBP, 1970. That is the first international organization project. And we enjoyed very much. But after IBP, many ecologists, they don't like IBP anymore. You know why? Because there are so many restrictions, so many regulations, and biologists or ecologists like more free research, no bandage. So they return to the field by themselves without big money. That is the origin of the people's attitude of the scientists. And today I heard your presentation, networking. Networking itself have a power, big power. For instance, if the Smithsonian, you say Smithsonian, this is Smithsonian network, that is a big power to all the people who are working in the forest. And CIFO also, new institutions, they have also big power. And those who are working in the field, who are taking data in the field, they feel very big power, big pressure, and they are not free from his own research or own activities. So that is lacking today in the talk. So all the people who are going to make a network, that is a great effort, I know. And I have also made a network, many networks. But when you make a network, you should be very careful. Your network is, what is the final effect of the network? And what kind of effect are going to give to the people in the field? Especially those who are working in the forestry or who are getting the data in the very remote forest. For those people, networking is a very, very big precious. And I advise to my students, don't take a network. Don't join the network. Even they don't have money, better go to the field by yourself. That is my attitude. And that is the most important part of the original work. So network may be the final stage of the researchers who have built up their own research and got a very big data and want to compare with other people's. That is okay. But for the young people, today we have a very young people. So I always say, be careful. And now, too many networks all over the world. So we have to check very carefully. And if you can make your network by yourself, that is okay. But not to use others' network. That is my comment.
Thank you, Yamada Sensei, for your wisdom. And I think my favorite word is trade-off. Networks may have trade-offs too. I would like to have some response from the speakers who presented the networks they work on. Some of the, risky sort of, your networks have all the wonderful potentials too, but there may be some risks that you may have thought about with your network. With exception, Jack, who talked about already the cons.
Actually, I'm happy that there's another romantic in the room, because the idea of going out and collecting your own data and analyzing your own data is, really how I started and have been pulled into networks like a fish getting in a gill net sometimes. But on the other hand, the standards of science have changed so much. I would never have been promoted up through the ranks in the university because doing what I did, because it's no longer up to the standard. The sample sizes weren't big enough. The analytical approaches weren't sophisticated enough. It requires teamwork. Just look at how many of the really important studies now have multiple authors. The single authored paper by the young scientist is regrettably, and I would agree with you, something of the past. It still happens, but not in the top tier journals. And I guess that's just a sad reality of increasing standards, I would think. But I agree with you entirely. I really enjoyed my time out there on my own, collecting my own data, making my own mistakes. Without having somebody like that telling me how to do it right. And he knows how to do it right.
Yeah, I'd just like to make two quick comments on that, and I appreciate your point very clearly. There was nothing more joyful, really, in my research career than the 3 years I spent at Lambda, with Dr. Ito and a few other people in this room. That was just such a fantastic thing before the plot was established, of course. But I think it's very important to remember that with a network like ours, certainly originality is not precluded by a set of standardized measurements which happens across a network of sites. So I see these big plots, in our case, as an infrastructure which can be utilized to develop originality. People can use these in different ways, and we've got all kinds of interesting, innovative science going on in the network of site plots now, just because there's a baseline of data that's being collected in those sites is, in my view, not a disadvantage, it's an enormous advantage. If you're an ornithologist and you're interested in the seeds that your particular bird family eats, you don't have to be a bot. You don't have to identify the trees. They're all identified for you already, and it enables you to leapfrog science to a new elevator to answer questions that you couldn't have answered. It would be impossible to find 400 individuals of your chosen tree species in a forest and then be able to watch every single bird that visited those trees. So I think using that infrastructure for innovation and originality is not precluded by having a network of standardized measurements. I think my second observation is that I think perhaps I might have been at the tail end of the generation where we did spend 3 years collecting field data. I think the trend in the United States, at least, is that young graduate students are not going to the field for 3 years to collect the data for their PhDs. I think it's a very rare case now where we have our graduate students going out and really spending that length of time learning the natural history and collecting the observational data. I think it's somewhat sad, I would agree with you, but by the same token, the kinds of questions that can be answered with a diversity of technologies doesn't require that length of field time. So times are changing, and it's somewhat regrettable, but the science is exciting.
Okay, I think I'd like to have Haja-san and Robin make a few comments, and we probably should be closing. I need to pay attention to psychology too, like Yamada-sensei said, psychology is important.
Thank you very much. Well, there is nothing perfect. Network is just a way to conserve, to protect environment and biodiversity in the tropics. So it is just a way to make this conservation possible. This is one way, but I would like to mention that local community approach is one of the most important in this type of network. You said that before, so we call it bottom-up approach. Mm-hmm. So if people feel that they are in the project, they are in the conservation, we can protect it. And if people feel that they should be a conservation leader, they should protect it. And we got results in this type of approach. And I didn't mention before, but training environmental leaders, I think, is necessary now, because these leaders should take initiative and should take the leadership to reduce the environmental risks and also environment for regenerating natural habitats and so on. So these 2 points I would like to add for this type of big challenge. Network is also a challenge for conserving our biodiversity, and it is a matter of great concern for all of us. It's not only me, it's also you, it's the network. Network should be work for the better of humankind and for the better of the future. Thank you very much.
Well, I have a couple of reactions. One, your advice to the young students, don't go there. We found with our partners workshop that the young graduate students and postdocs were the most enthusiastic. Well, everybody was enthusiastic, but they now see a whole new world open to them that they didn't have before, and new questions that they can begin to address within the groups that they couldn't before, and that has been extremely energizing. And there's a whole new excitement, a frontier establishment mentality with that is really important. But it takes the right kind of person who can handle that and still be grounded. And then the other point is that it became very clear to me as a scientist focusing on a single site, that I wasn't going to be able to continue to get funding for that work. That the only way I could continue that project was to ally with other projects, so we would have a richer, more meaningful result that could be generalized across sites. And the funding agencies want that. And so it's becoming necessary to continue to do the research, even just my own basic research, to get funding within the context of a broader project. That's the way the funding scene is now. So that for both the learning experience and the funding, the networks are critical now to move in new directions.
Okay, thank you very much for excellent comments. I would like to have now Professor Yoneda, Tsuyoshi Yoneda, who is the president of Japanese Society for Tropical Ecology, to come up and close the session. I know there may be more interaction you'd like to have, but hopefully you'll have a chance during this meeting.
I first sincerely thanks my thanks to organizers, Kajima Sensei and Kaneki Sensei and Justice 25 Committee to open this international symposium as a memorial event of our 75th anniversary of JAST, Japanese Society of Tropical Ecology. Thank you very much. And also, I'd like to say thanks to excellent speakers and panelists for your good lectures and discussion. Thank you very much. And finally, thanks also to several sponsors, including Kyoto University Fans and the Center of South Regional Studies of Kyoto University and so on. Thank you very much. Now, I think it is not necessary to speak the closing address for me because Professor Kono has shown us a good summary with 3 categories. That is very nice. So now I show a little bit, show the brief impression from this symposium and discussion. Today's title of this symposium is Networking for the Sustainable Futures for the People on the Earth, based on the sustainable management of the natural resources and ecosystem and the tropics. But I think it's not so easy to us to overcome the various issues about the conservation of species and ecosystem in these areas because of the highly diverse living strategies and policies of all living things. So, to overcome these issues, it would be necessary to apply the comprehensive scientific knowledge to from the network to the regional issues. So today I have good new information from the 6 papers. Very interesting and exciting. So now today we could reconfirm the significance of the networks from the viewpoint, not only exchange or knowledge considering the regional issues, but also the changes of our own thought based on the global ecosystem sustainability. That is very important, I think. So finally, our society, Japan Societies of Tropical Ecologies, also would like to preserve in our effort for the final goal with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This closes the session. And I also want to thank INGI, International Network of Next Generation Ecologists, who sponsored YouTube broadcasting. So the world is for us. Thank you very much.
So finally, this is the real ending of this symposium. Thank you very much. And now the main entrance was closed already, so please go out from the back door. So please follow the way back. There are some indications way back. So please don't cross the way. それじゃあ明日また9時から通常発表ですのでよろしくお願いします。懇親会へ行く方は、すみませんが、はい、それじゃあ、懇親会へ行く人は、廊下でちょっとお待ちください。So the participants for the dinner party, welcome party, please wait us.
Okay, all the speakers and the panelists, please stay in the room. We will go to our dinner location. So all the speakers and panelists, please stay in the room. Thank you.
Going back now to my home.